Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the regular council meeting for Monday, August 14th, 2017. We want to first recognize that this council meeting of the City of Nanaimo is being held on the traditional territory of the Nanaimo First Nations people. And before we get started, I want everyone to remember that this is a business meeting of the Corporation of the City of Nanaimo, and that we ask that there be no cheering, jeering, or booing, or clapping, except under special circumstances. Everyone is welcome here tonight, and we'd ask that you please allow those people who have signed up as delegations to say what they need to say uninterrupted. Thank you very much. Ms. Snellgrove, late items, please.
At 9 p.m., Agenda Item 7D, remove Parks, Recreation and Wellness Committee recommendation from 2017 April 26th and add Finance and Audit Committee recommendation from 2017 August 10th. Agenda Item 9A, demolition of Old Nanaimo Hospital Building, Malaspina Gardens property, 388 McCleary Street. Add correspondence from Nanaimo Old City Association dated 2017 August 10th. Remove Agenda Item 9H, Development Variance Permit Number DBP 322-2491 Kenworth Road. Remove Agenda Item 10B, Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2017 Number 4500.106. Remove Agenda Item 10C, Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2017 Number 4500.110. Remove Agenda Item 10D, Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2017 Number 4500.111. Remove Agenda Item 10E, Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw 2017, number 6500.034. Agenda Item 11A, BC SPCA Correspondence, add delegation from Barry Bender. Agenda Item 11C, Correspondence regarding Code of Conduct, add delegation from Matthew O'Donnell. Agenda Item 13A, Notice of Motion from Councillor Fuller regarding southern portion of the Greater Nanaimo Water District land. Add the delegation from Robert Fuller and change the wording. Agenda Item 14A, add Rise and Report from in-camera meeting held 2017 August 14th. And I believe Councillor Hong has two delegations and Councillor Yocum has one as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to add Kevin Shaw with regards in the presentations about Bathtub Street Fair, and I'd like to add Mr. Ron Boland with regards to the Finance and Audit Committee's decision on the garbage trucks. So that's 7D2. Okay.
I'm sorry, 7?
7D, number 2.
Okay, and Mr. Boland is?
That's Mr. Boland, is 7D, number 2.
7B.
7D, yeah.
Like Diane.
Diane, yeah. Finance and Audit Committee meeting.
And where's Mr. Shaw?
Presentations.
Councillor Yocum?
Thank you. Mr. Tay, I'd like to please add Mr. Terry Waygard, 11C, 7D, and 13A, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I wish to add Mr. Kent Whitford to 7A1 and Mr. Terry Weems to 13A. Thank you.
Mr. Kent Whitford, again, please.
A1.
Mr. Terry Weems.
13.
13. Thank you, Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Request to add Ms. Sydney Robertson to item 11C, Correspondence Code of Conduct.
Which number was it again, please?
11C.
11C, thank you. Thank you. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 people on 8 subjects. That's an all-time record, Council. So we have to vote on them individually. First one being Mr. Kevin Shaw. Mover and seconder, please. Move it. Seconded by Councillor Bestwick. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 7D, Mr. Ron Bolin. Mover, please. Moved by Councillor Hong, seconded by Councillor Beswick. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one for 11C, Mr. Terry Lee Wager. Mover, please. Moved by Councillor Yoakum, seconded by Councillor Hong. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Terry Lee Wager again for 7D. Moved by Councillor Yoakum, seconded by Councillor Hong. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Terry Lee Wager for the third time for 13A. Councillor Yoakum, seconded by Councillor Hong. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Kent Whitford for 7A. Moved by Councillor Beswick. Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Terry Weens for 13. Moved by Councillor Beswick. Seconded by Councillor Yoakum. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And Ms. Sydney Robertson, pardon me. Sydney Robertson, 11E. Moved by Councillor Thorpe. Seconded by Councillor Brennan. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. On to the next item. Motion for the adoption of the agenda as amended. Moved by Councillor Beswick, seconded by Councillor Hong. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Motion for the adoption of the minutes.
So moved A, B, C, D, and E.
Moving 4A through E. Councillor Beswick. Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Any errors or omissions? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item. Under 5A, the new City of Nanaimo website presentation. Good evening, gentlemen.
Matthew and I would like to walk yourselves and the City of Nanaimo through a brief presentation this evening on the city's new website, which most people will be aware of and has been a work in progress for quite some time. So today we're here to celebrate the launch of the new website, which officially went live last Friday at, I believe, 5 p.m., give or take. So, I'll have to talk very closely. How does that sound? I was giving advice on how to use this mic the other day, and clearly it wasn't working. So, all right. So before you is the original website that we kicked off back in about a decade ago, actually. It was a great resource at the time, got lots of positive feedback. I was actually living in Alberta when this website was launched, and I remember hearing people talking about it at some of the municipal events that our staff go to, saying what a great example it was for the year 2009. But like all things, it served its time, and it's now a great place to replace it with something new. So this may, in fact, be the last time we look at the homepage because it's no longer up and live, and we're going to move forward and onto something better and greater. So why do we need a new website? The version that I just showed you was kicked off in 2009, and at the time, our cell phone technology was significantly different than what we use today. So the site that we're replacing had a poor mobile experience on both phones and tablets. It hasn't been updated for 9 years. All websites, when they get launched, there's a strong effort to make them as readable as possible, but over time they evolve, and unfortunately the language quality goes up in terms of its readability. It becomes more difficult to interpret what's being put on the website as the language requirements aren't written in a plain speak approach. There's a lot of jargon in content, and I'll explain why that happens in a moment. The content, in terms of how it was presented in the menus, was sorted more by department rather than topic or things that people might go to a website to find out. The information was arranged by topic, or by department. So if you don't know which area of interest falls under which department, that sometimes leads to some navigation issues. And then finally, the ability to update portions of the city website was both slow and costly. And to go back to that slide that I had up earlier, a lot of those resident items like the menu bars across the top, some of the graphics and icons under quick links, those graphics that slid around under photo album and feature, all of those had to be updated by the original site developer, and they charged us a fee to do that. So it was quite expensive to do basic changes to the homepage. In fact, the newsroom under public notices, when we kicked off the news release creator in 2014, took about 3 or 4 weeks to get that one item added. So with the new website, those days are over, and we have full control over all aspects of the web page, and there's no cost to anyone other than our time. So at a glance, there were basically 4 portions to this project. First, there was a content strategy audit, and that was an exercise in looking at what are the needs of a new website and what is the content on our current website and what should the content be on the new website. We then moved into a content review process where we looked at rewriting 400 plus pages, and that's where we get into that plain language approach, making sure that what we have on there makes sense and it's readable. We brought in some folks to help us do that process, and the language on the current site is designed to be better and more improved. We then brought on board, graphically speaking, that's the color, the graphical element piece that most people associate with a new website. So that part was conducted, so a new layout, new design build. And then finally, a lot of work here, migrating some 5,000 files, images, pages, and 30 plus applications from the old site to the new site. Some of the key features of the new site, so as I said earlier, mobile friendly, easy to read on phones and tablets, easier to update. There is a content plain language maximum for readability, easier to find, organized by topic on department, and improved governance. One of the missing items of the original website from 2009 was a lack of a governance body. We've now put in place a committee that has representation across the organization, and they'll be meeting on a regular basis to discuss what the current state of the website is and how to improve on it and how to move it forward as time marches forward. Beta testing. With a new website, you want to make sure you have an opportunity for the public to come in and provide input. So we did about 4 months of beta testing. The purpose was to find issues before launch, fix any problems in content, and then come up with an approach to make changes, check information, and make sure everything was ready to go on the day of launch, which takes us to last Friday. So all of the feedback we got through the beta process was organized by priority. We got lots of different suggestions through that process, and there's still some tweaks to be done as we go forward. The next steps, we want to hear what people have to say about this. We got lots of input from the obvious beta testing, but as people begin using it on an active basis, there'll be opportunities for more feedback. One of the ways we've implemented to capture that feedback is every single page at the bottom has a direct link where you can email the webmaster on what exactly you think is right or wrong with that particular page. And then any issues that are found will be addressed. So some quick snapshots of what it looks like. This is the main landing page that residents will see when they click on nanaimo.ca. This is what a second level page looks like. This is an example of the home page versus what you see on your mobile phone. So that would be a phone or tablet. And then finally, what you have here are the different versions of the mobile experience. So number 1 in that left-hand column is what the original mobile experience looked like for the home page. Column 2 represents the new look and feel of the website on your phone. Column 3 represents the menu features when activated, so how you would scroll through the website on your phone. And then column 4 represents the second or third level screen on your phone or mobile device or tablet or what other method you're using, other than the main internet version. So that concludes our presentation. Matthew has some additional information regarding the current state of the search feature, which has been a bit of a problem, and he's going to quickly explain how that's being resolved and what the timeline for that looks like.
As mentioned, on Friday night, we worked from about 5 till, I think, 10 to migrate the site. When we were doing that, we actually decided to do that on a Friday night because weekends are a slow time. And over the weekend, we spent a lot of time tweaking search. As probably most of you know, the most powerful search engine in the world is Google. And we were working with trying to get Google to work well with our site on the weekend, but we found that Google needs to crawl our new site, and until that time, we put up a basic search. So on Saturday, we switched to a basic search. So right now, if you Google or if you go to our site and you search, you'll find a basic search. Now, once Google has crawled fully our site, then we will switch it back to Google.
All right, were there any questions?
Any questions? Councilor Bestwick.
Thank you very much. Compliments. And so that, clearly that's why this site was slow in this weekend in bringing information up, but it'll be corrected now or in the near future. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, it'll get better throughout the week.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. That is, I was also working with the site over the weekend, and does the search engine also do the categorize what we already have in our, I guess you call it our inventory or cache? So, for example, if I'm looking for council meetings and agendas, and then I scroll into the search to pick 2017, is that affected by this Google issue?
There's about 3 different searches on the website. So there's a search specific for bylaws, and that actually is working. The search as of today is working well for meetings. So agendas and minutes, you should be able to search through agendas and minutes. It's a separate search from the full search for the site, and it's the full search for the site that hasn't been fully crawled yet.
Okay, thank you. And supplemental, I also noticed, and I'm not sure whether it's an I issue or whether it's our system issue, and that is that there's nothing more bothersome than when you wait for 3 or 4 minutes for a 200 or 300 page agenda to load, and as you're scrolling down, you're getting blank pages, black upon black upon black.
Now, are you finding that on your current?
Yes.
website? Okay, on our current website.
Yes, on both of them actually.
Okay, we can definitely make note of what document we're looking at and investigate.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions, Council? Seeing none, thank you, gentlemen. Guess we don't require it any longer. Okay. Mr. Bema.
So thank you, Worship. All I wanted to say before you moved on was to thank the staff for the work that's been done so far on the website. It's taken a while, 2 years, because it's a lot of work. Also want to thank members of the public who provided feedback in the last few months on the better site, and say this is not the end of the project. This is continuing. It's continuous improvement as we go along, as we look at accessibility and other things. So it's the end of one phase, but the beginning of another. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I concur. So the next item is under 7A, and that's a nuisance. Sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me. 5B, Mr. Kevin Shaw.
Good evening. Kevin Shaw, President of the Victoria Crescent Association. I would like to thank the City of Nanaimo for working cohesively and excellently with us to put on our first Victoria Crescent Association Bathtub Street Fair. Despite a few showers, boys, girls, mums, and dads, and Nanaimoites came out in droves to our festivities on our block, such as Mongolian modern dancing from the Canada Brilliance Art College. We had fiddlers from the Nanaimo Fiddle Society, a dog agility show from the Nanaimo Kennel Club. We had martial arts demonstrations from the Kids at Skills Nanaimo. There was the infamous Bathtub Days Waiters Race, which the RCMP actually handcuffed their opponents, and they won. Yeah. A watermelon eating contest, there was ping pong, a giant slide, a bouncy castle for the kids, huge big bubble making balloons for the kids as well, and so much more. The Victoria Crescent Street Fair was a huge success, and we now invite all to our Crescent for our Crescent Days Street Festival to wind up summer, not this Saturday, but the following Saturday. That's August the 26th, beginning at high noon with all the kids' activities again and a lot more. And then in the middle of Victoria Crescent, we will have a wrestling ring. And at 6 o'clock sharp, those fearsome and tough wrestling guys and girls will put on a wrestling match. And of course, Mayor and Council is invited, even for the ring too. So I would now like to present the City of Nanaimo with our certificate of appreciation for our events and for our Bathtub Street Fair in particular, and helping out overall our neighborhood.
Thank you very much, sir.
So there's the certificate, and also we've got some memorial little plaques to hand out to each of the council and the mayor as well. So thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next item under 7A, nuisance property at number 6, 1637 Bowen Road and 643 Howard Avenue, to be introduced by Mr. Brad McCrane.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, members of council. This evening, Mr. Davidson from Bylaw Services will be speaking about number 6, 1637 Bowen Road and 643 Howard Avenue. These are two properties that staff are requesting council declare as a nuisance as per the bylaw.
Davidson.
Your Worship, we'll start with Unit 6, 1637 Bowen Road. Please be advised that the Nanaimo RCMP detachment has been receiving an increasing number of police calls for service regarding the residential property located at Unit 6, 1637 Bowen Road in Nanaimo, BC. The occupant of this property is a Kent Whitford, who I believe is in the audience tonight. He lives at the address and he is aware of the activities originating from his property. The property is located in the Central District in the city of Nanaimo. Mr. Whitford's residence is part of a small townhouse complex comprised of 10 or so units, and the neighborhood can be described as a mix of business, light industrial, and residential. In addition, across from the townhouse complex is the Quarterway Elementary School. Mr. Whitford has lived in the unit for a number of years. However, since January of 2016, the police calls for service have increased, and between January of 2016 and June of 2017, there have been 15 police files, investigations, or calls originating from Mr. Whitford's residence. Of those calls for service, 8 of those calls can be considered to have been an element or elements of the nuisance as defined in the Nuisance Property Abatement Bylaw. Some of the calls including assault complaints, noise complaints, disturbances, and uttering threat complaints. I could read off each complaint, but those are the general types of complaints that are originating from the residents.
Very much. So before we go into the recommendation, Mr. Kent Whitford would like to speak to council. Mr. Whitford.
Hello? Hello?
Sir, you have to use the mic.
No.
Sir, you have to use the mic because we're televising the meeting.
Yeah.
Can we ask our technical folks if they can tend to that portable mic, please?
Hello? Am I coming through?
You're coming through.
Thank you. Try to keep this as succinct and short as I can, respecting council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor McKay, councilors, for allowing me time and consideration regarding this matter. And with the board, I am the owner, resident 6 Bowen Cove. I'm disabled, live alone, and do not have parties. This application for a nuisance property designation is wrong. Unit 9 is the source of the disturbances for years. I am as concerned as the other residences by the visitors to number 9. They are illegal drug users that survive by theft. They wake me, frighten myself and my neighbors. I have reported serious disturbances at number 9 to the police. Many of my neighbors have also called the police repeatedly. I think it's the responsible thing to do. Excuse me for a moment. The owner of number 9, maybe I should clarify, okay, the owner of number 9 is, well, okay, I'll just continue on with what I got with. The owner of number 9 is not here, okay? He has abandoned his own house to go to his mother's house, and he cannot enter his own house as it has been shut down and boarded closed by order of the fire department. Designating my property would be unfair. I am willing to ask or answer any questions you might have. Emily, or other, just turned 90, lost her husband of 64 years 4 months ago, and she's got a lot on her table. She fell and broke her caucus bone, or she would be here. I have stuck up for Lauren for many years. He is severely handicapped mentally. A toolbox came flying out of a half-ton truck, hit him on the head, changed his life forever. I first met him face down on the sidewalk. He uses a walker, but he can barely walk. He is barely understandable. You have to decipher what he said. He's come to my house at 1:30 in the morning, and I have to decipher. He's saying, psych ward.
You have 30 seconds, sir. You're almost done.
Well, I am willing to field any questions you have.
Thank you. We do have questions for you. Councillor Brennan has a question for you.
I guess the first thing I want to do is ask our staff.
Pardon me, I didn't hear the first thing.
The first thing I want to do is ask our staff if they have confirmed the address pursuant to the RCMP reports and bylaws reports?
Your Worship, the complaints, most of the complaints, it seems, originate from Unit 6 of this complex, not from elsewhere. According to the RCMP report that I have, and I'll read to you, this isn't my opinion, this is what we're getting from the RCMP, and it should be noted, sadly, Mr. Whitford appears to be a chronic alcoholic. Some of his calls have been viewed as unfounded, likely due to the level of intoxication at the time. Because of this, Mr. Whitford has made reports that require police, fire, and ambulance to attend his house, thereby disturbing his neighbors and tying up our city resources.
Okay, thank you. Second question is, are there complaints against number 9 as well?
Number 9, which was deemed a nuisance property by council approximately a month or 6 weeks ago, maybe 2 months ago, the occupant has moved back in with his mother. That number 9 has been boarded up by the fire department under a fire order. Since then, there's been one complaint of street people trying to break into the unit. The police have had to attend. I do not have any up-to-date calls for service from the RCMP since last week when number 9 was vacated.
Okay.
I'm told that the owner of number 9 is moving into an assisted living unit and will not be returning to number 9.
Good news. Just a third follow-up, if I could. Since number 9 was designated as a nuisance property and, moved the report last week of, has number 6 received reports, visits by the police? Since you shut down number 9, did number 6 continue to generate complaints?
Number 9 was just shut down last week. So I have not got up-to-date billing sheets. Well, we wouldn't get a billing sheet on number 6 because it hasn't been declared a nuisance property.
Okay, thank you. One last question, but this is for you. Did you contact the city bylaws department and tell them that you thought they had identified the wrong place?
Yes. I have had to ask the police for their assistance when, there's a girl screaming in there and it's like she's getting punched out to Kingdom Come. I picked up several hundred
Needles, yeah.
in the parking lot, little smiley bags that heroin comes in, and I go to the parents that have young kids, and I say, look, if your kid picks up one of these smiley bags, or there's other ones that have clowns on them, and if they think it's candy, there's disaster happening there. And the syringes all over the place. And the theft. My whole backyard, lawnmower, patio furniture, it's all been stolen.
So are you saying that what's generated your complaints have been thefts from your place and other, you can hear screaming coming from other residences, and you're concerned about the protection of children because of the debris that's left around? Is that why you're calling the police?
Yes, and, okay, I seem to have lost the page, but the other neighbors, okay, about 6 months ago, we decided enough's enough. There's bicycle frames adding up and up and up, and what they're doing is stealing high-end bicycles to finance their drugs. Then they cut their drugs quality down,
Okay, I think I get the picture. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good information.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fuller.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This is to staff. We're looking at declaring a nuisance property because someone in that property has phoning to make complaints about a nuisance property.
That's not correct, Your Worship. There's been complaints filed against this property, not about another property.
Okay, I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing a number of complaints, and he's talking about a number of complaints he made. Number 9 has already been determined as a nuisance property. And now that it's boarded up, it would be interesting to see if there are any more complaints with regards to number 9 or with regards to his property, because the way I read this is he is actually being penalized for making complaints. Now, he may get angry when someone shows up, and hence that could be cause for a nuisance, but that's the way I'm reading this. It's kind of interesting that there would be someone making complaints against a nuisance property now becoming a nuisance property. So that's just, thanks.
Sir, so no answer required. Staff, do you have anything? Because if not, I've got other speakers. Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Just one concern that I have, when you do the math, that's 1 every 2 months deemed to be nuisance. That's how I do the math. And to me, if what we heard, that's almost like a health problem to me, and maybe we need to look at it a little differently. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McCrae.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, I must not have hit the button properly.
You hit it, then shut it off,
Oh,
and hit it again.
there we go. Okay, so I think what we're doing is we're getting the two properties confused. So the original property that council dealt with last month is adjacent to the property we're dealing with this evening. We declared the property last month as a nuisance property based on all of those complaints. Now, the matters we're dealing with this evening, when the RCMP are responding to a call, they're responding to a call that's generated on the property. So they're responding to this gentleman's property based on the host of complaints and the host of calls for service that Mr. Davidson has in front of him. So those calls are actually being generated by this gentleman's property. In saying that, there can be sometimes confusion. Absolutely, a 6 can be said for a 9. We always give the benefit of the doubt and try and work with the resident. So if council deems to not declare it a nuisance this evening, we can always move forth on that, track additional pieces that come based on the fact that number 9 is now boarded up. If the property continues to or ends up being a nuisance back again, then staff can bring this forward at a later date, should council choose.
Thank you very much. Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. I have nothing for the delegation, and I was just, unless somebody else does, I was just going to wish to receive the delegation and then question for staff.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Councillor Beswick, question for staff.
Thank you. The recommendation is that a nuisance pursuant to Nuisance Abatement and Cost Recovery Bylaw 2003-5645 and authorize staff to record and charge for municipal service, including police required to abate the nuisance. Now, this is from January of 2016 to June end 2017. We aren't intending to go backwards on the 15 calls, are we? Of which 8 in the report are declared as fitting the criteria for a nuisance property. Are we speaking to going forward? So if this is identified as a nuisance property, it's identified as a nuisance property because of what's happened in the past, but there's no charges or monies owed August the 14th. I hope you follow my line.
There would be, we don't charge backwards. There's no charges for a property until it has been declared a nuisance by council. So therefore, what's happened in the past year and a half, from June 2017 back to January 2016, would not be any fees or charges put against any of those police files. So it would be moving ahead. If council moves ahead and declares this a nuisance property tonight, it would be ongoing as what happens today forward or tomorrow forward that we would look at billing for.
Thank you. So I appreciate that. Thank you. This has clearly been then explained to Mr. Whitford.
Mr. Whitford received a letter from my department stating what the process is. He obviously received it. He showed up tonight as a delegation, and certainly I can go over that with Mr. Whitford, depending on what council's decision is tonight, to make sure that he understands what direction we'll be taking.
Thank you. So as I understand it, then number 6, 1637 Bowen Road, today has a clean bill of health.
I'm sorry,
It has a clean bill of health.
Number 6 right now, as far as nuisance properties,
Has a clean bill of health.
yes, it has nothing assigned against it. It's had a number of complaints against it.
Thank you. And should there be a warranted nuisance upon a call to the RCMP or some authority, then and only then would a charge be applied?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I think this complex has been very complex. We just received email, I think, on July the 11th from some of the property owners that we haven't done anything. And from what I've gathered, since the fire department has shut it down, there has only been one call. I think these residents deserve a peace of mind that we are aware of their situation, that we are concerned about them. Like Councillor Armstrong said, it's only one call every 2 months. If we put nuisance property on it, it gives peace of mind to the residents in that complex. If there's no problem, this doesn't affect the owner of number 6. So I support staff recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Yocum.
Thank you. I see 15 calls, 8 which we considered element of nuisance calls. And going back to Unit 9, which got to us, I believe, too late, I was personally shocked to see how long it took to come a nuisance property. So I think the residents and the children in the community, I heard the gentleman talk about children, and that's not these properties. Anywhere we got to ensure it doesn't get to number 9. The situation doesn't turn into a number 9, so I will personally be supporting staff's recommendation here to protect the residents in the neighborhood. And the gentleman be well aware of it, and to ensure and disensure it doesn't become a nuisance, doesn't get no calls. So I just want to share my opinion. Thank you.
Councillor Fuller.
And I still look at this a different way, which seems to be my lot in life. 15 calls over a year and a half, 8 of which are nuisance. The next one is 28 calls in 6 months. 12 of those considered in 6 months. This, 8 calls in 18 months. There's no rhyme nor reason how this works, and there needs to be a rhyme or reason. The next one we penalize after 6 months, and more calls than one we're going to penalize after a year and a half of calls, of which I'm still not sure that all of them, some of them may not have been him being a nuisance or deemed a nuisance. I don't know. I do have empathy for that strata complex because of number 9. That was 140 calls in a year and a half. This is 8 in a year and a half. So until we get some consistency set for declaring nuisance properties, I will not be supporting this one or any other.
Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm inclined to think that if we declared a nuisance property, that the occupant owner is likely to reduce the number of calls. What concerns me is that it has to be understood that if it's a bona fide call to the RCMP because something is awry, or if it's a bona fide call to the ambulance because somebody's overdosed, then we need to make clear that those calls are not nuisance calls. And so long as that's clearly understood, then I would be prepared to support this. Because I agree with Councillor Hong that Complex deserves a break, and they have been under enormous pressure, it would appear. So long as it's understood that you can make calls to the RCMP, you can make calls where there's a bona fide problem, emergency, then I'm okay with this, and hope that the occupant makes certain that when he is making a call that he's cognizant of what he's up to.
Thank you. Sir, your presentation is over, sir. Please sit down. I wonder if I can get somebody to please put a motion on the floor. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I was just about to do that for the sake of further debate, and then I would like to speak to it as well. So I will move the staff recommendation.
Okay, on both recommendations?
Yes.
Okay, so you're moving both?
On the one property.
On the one property? Okay, thank you. On 1637.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yes, I'm just referring to number 6, 1637 Bowen.
Okay, so you want them seriatim?
Yes, I would, please.
Yep. Okay, is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Brennan. Thank you.
And if I may?
Please.
So I agree with some of the points that fellow councillors have made, and in past, this council has been criticized at times for being too slow to react to nuisance properties. We've also been told that there is no magic number that is a threshold for a declaration for a nuisance property. It depends, as Councillor Brennan pointed out, on the nature of the call and so on. On the assurance that any penalties will only be applied moving forward, I have no problem in supporting the staff recommendation for the good of the neighbors of this unit, and hopefully there will be no further complaints, and therefore no penalty will be needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
And that was
Councillor Armstrong.
Now, I just have one concern about that, because he may be calling for an ambulance, and then the ambulance automatically calls for the police on some of those calls. So that's a concern that I have. Is that going to stop him from calling for medical attention when he requires it? And I would just like that clarified as well in the motion, that if it's a legitimate call for medical assistance, then he shouldn't be penalized.
Mr. Davison.
To clarify, any call of a medical nature is not considered a nuisance call unless those calls are of a spurious nature. When you're calling in medical emergencies that don't exist, that then tie up fire, ambulance, police services. But if there is any kind of medical emergency, those are not considered a nuisance call, regardless of what may have precipitated it.
Thank you.
Within the last 2.5 months,
Sir, we're finished. Sir, we're about to go to vote. Sir, please sit down. Sir, your presentation's over. Okay. There's a motion on the floor. It's been moved and second. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Shows Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Fuller opposed. Motion passes. Next one, 643 Howard Avenue. Can we have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Armstrong. Right. Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Fuller.
Well, I agree this one may be a nuisance property. I'm not going to support it because we have no consistency here. And in order to do these things, I believe we need consistency. As I said previously, we've just declared one for less than one call every 2 months. We declared one earlier this year for roughly 10 calls every month. And now we're going to declare one for 2 per month. There needs to be consistency in this somehow, some way. And it seems we can determine which calls are a nuisance and which calls aren't. So surely we can pick a number of which calls are a nuisance and set a limit on it and then start from there. Yes, you don't start paying if you don't get calls or you don't get made calls. I get that. But we need some consistency in this bylaw. So I'm not going to support it.
Thank you. I see no further speakers. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion. Councillor Fuller opposed. Motion passes. Next one is the appointment of a bylaw enforcement officer to be introduced by Mr. Brad McCray, Chief Operations Officer.
In his absence, I will defer to Mr. Rodston.
Mr. Davison.
I could probably step in for Mr. McCray at this point. This is to appoint Tom Bishop as a bylaw enforcement officer to enforce the provisions of the City of Nanaimo Licensing and Control of Animals bylaw, Parks, Recreation and Culture Regulation bylaw. This position is a summer position, works for extra park patrols to do foot patrols and vehicle patrols through the various parks as an extra person over the summer.
Very much. Moved by Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Hong. Any discussion? Seeing none? Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Rod is. So you say this gentleman is coming from parks to do animal patrol in our parks. This is really sort of off topic, shocking. But what about, would he be able to also do infractions at, like when you do Westwood and people are like riding bikes where they shouldn't?
He would not, he would be able to enforce any of the provisions of the Parks bylaw.
Oh, he would be able to?
Yes, he would.
Thank you. I see no further speakers. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, guys.
Next one is the advisory committee minutes. First one is the recommendation that motion that council receive the following minutes. First one being minutes of the Community Planning and Development Committee meeting held May 16. Moved by Councillor Bestwick. Seconded by Councillor Yoakum. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is minutes of the Design Advisory Panel. Move the minutes. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any errors, omissions, or questions? I have a question. I wonder if I could, if I can ask perhaps the member. He's absent. Okay. Perhaps I can ask either Mr. McCray or Mr. Who supports that in the way of staff? Gary Noble and Celtic Chamberlain. Okay, so on presentations, page 50 or page 38, number 5, presentations A, development permit application DP 1049 at 525 3rd Street. The first bullet states Mr. Gary Noble introduced the project and noted a different location should be used. The site context was explained. Neighborhood plan is not prescriptive, but notes reference a history of Harewood, mining, and 5-acre lots. Can anybody explain to me what that means? Because that item's before us tonight. Mr. Lindsay?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm sorry, I would need to go back and review that with staff. These are intended to be summary minutes. I would have to assume it was based on the siting of the buildings on the subject property that were being considered as part of the form and character development permit.
Am I sensing then a problem with this new format that we have here where minutes of advisory panels or committees, the way it's working now is that we get a copy of the agenda. In order for council to keep up, we have to read that agenda. Then we get the minutes as we're getting here, but I'm having difficulty understanding, as we're the ones that are receiving them, what they mean. I'm having trouble following what happened at this meeting, at this design advisory panel. That's a pretty bold statement that's included here, I think. It's the wrong property, or wrong location for such a project?
Certainly, it's not the wrong location. It's zoned. It's gone through that process of approval by council, through that very public process. I would expect that staff's comments were specific to one of the many buildings which are proposed on the property. Without further discussion with staff, I couldn't say for sure, Your Worship. I don't think there's an issue with the minutes or how they're done. I think there's certainly, this is an example, I think, where we could do a better job of making sure the summary minutes are more reflective of the discussion.
Maybe we can leave it with you. Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Councillor Fuller.
Thank you. I don't see this as representative of committee minutes only. It's minutes, period, that a lot of times don't make sense. You've got our in-camera minutes, don't get into much detail. You got the committee minutes that are sometimes confusing. And even the minutes of our regular meetings, which we have a video of, can be confusing sometimes because, you're not putting enough information in. I don't know how to rectify it, but I think it needs to be rectified.
Thank you, Councillor Hong.
Thank you. The Design Advisory Panel is actually one of the committees that have the best minute taking possible, actually. They're very detailed on what everybody has actually said. And they actually spend a lot of time when we do review these minutes to look at the stuff and what was discussed. So people like myself or whoever missed a meeting can actually look at the minutes and follow a discussion. And minute taking has been a concern of mine, but this committee by far exceeds what every other committee does if you need to make a decision on when it comes to that time. And I think this is an important feature for this committee. These are all discussion points, whether they're valid or not. They are their opinions from this committee. So it's up to council to decide whether they want to accept them or not. But like I said, these are all opinions from committee members. What Mr. Noble usually does is does an introduction of the project and goes into a little bit of the background. That could have been what the first point was, summarized to be not about the actual project itself, but what the zoning and what the people had envisioned according to the OCP or the community plan. So I really do like these minutes. Like I said, if I do miss a meeting, I can read these minutes and get a good detail of why and how they got to the rationale of their recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. This meeting that we're discussing commenced at 5 o'clock. It ended at 6:52. There's approximately 65 bullet points of information that was shared and expressed by architects, engineers, site servicing, staff, the composition of the project, the property lines, the space between buildings, the Hillcrest Avenue frontage. A myriad of subject matters were discussed in this meeting and all identified here. So to Councillor Hong's point, I think that the minute taking is probably extraordinary, and the one with the one exception that the different location in whatever context that was said just maybe an improper word was chosen. So I'm quite comfortable to accept the minutes as presented.
All right. No further speakers. I'm going to call a question to receive the minutes. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, minutes Public Works and Engineering Committee meeting held on Wednesday, June 14th, 2017. Moved by Councillor Hong, seconded by Councillor Bestwick. Discussion, errors, or omissions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, minutes of the Special Tourism Advisory Committee meeting held Friday, May 26th. Moved by Councillor Hong, seconded by Councillor Bestwick. Errors or omissions? Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, minutes of the Special Tourism Advisory Committee meeting held Thursday, June 1st. Moved by Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Brennan. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, committee recommendations. First one is Finance and Audit Committee recommendation from 2017, August 10, to be introduced by Councillor Yocum.
It was moved and seconded that the Finance and Audit Committee recommend that Council approve the borrowing up to $6.2 million through the Equipment Financing Program for the implementation of automated solid waste collection.
Thank you. So we're going to hold the motion itself off until after the delegation.
Oh, was I too quick?
No,
Okay.
no, you're just introducing it.
All right.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have a delegation, Mr. Ron Boland. We have two delegations, actually. Mr. Ron Boland.
The relationship between a service corporation and the clients which it serves can be described in terms of two circumstances: cost and the level of service provided. This fundamental relationship has, in my opinion, been forgotten in the case of the solid waste collection service, which you propose to fund by approving the borrowing of an additional $6.2 million this evening, over and above the approximately $1.3 million already spent on the program. This service will cost us as homeowners some 30% more per annum into the foreseeable future, even accounting for the proposed reduction in WorkSafe BC costs. At the same time, I see no increase in the level of service to us as clients. In fact, for many in the community, the burden which has been added ranges from the negligible to the very risky as a consequence of the addition of approximately 80 pounds of bins per solid waste cycle to the effort which must be made by householders to get their waste to its roadside pickup location and then to retrieve those bins back to the home. If Nanaimo were a well laid out city on the prairie, the 80 pounds of bins required to facilitate the mechanical arm on each of these new $380,000 trucks, the impact on homeowners might be minimal, as the bins would roll on level ground from the home to a broad paved street with curbs and sidewalks. But in Nanaimo, much of our terrain is picturesque with hills and valleys, sloped or even steep driveways, no curbs or sidewalks, and often littered with cars parked on the berm of the street. Those who live in these areas will now be burdened with, instead of bags weighing next to nothing and a small green box, the effects of gravity on 80 pounds of bins on a slope in good weather, let alone in rain, sleet, snow, and ice. And the additional burden will fall hardest on the aged and the infirm. It is to be hoped that on this, the only time at which this subject has come before a public council meeting, permitting a delegation, that you will insist that due diligence be performed to get an accurate estimate of the harm it could bring to the citizens in our more topographically challenged areas as a result of this additional burden. It might also be remembered that the increase in garbage-related workplace injuries in the last few years has been linked to problems with garbage trucks that were designed and acquired by the city. Do not rectify the problems which were visited on a dozen or so city workers who were forced to deal with a poorly thought out decision then on the many of the 28,000 households who may be seriously impacted by this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the delegation? Councillor Yocum? No? Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Motion to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Brennan. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is Mr. Terry Lee Wager.
Thank you. I was asked to speak to this issue by a group of people that have concerns similar to Mr. Boland's. Essentially, it boils down to You know, the concern is where do we put these big bins? I don't have anywhere to put them. How do I get them to the curb? My yard is not suitable. I am old. I am weak. I have to pay for something that I'm afraid I won't be able to use. So what the request would be that you delay this decision for further study and further public consultation before you spend $6.2 million on something that a lot of people won't be able to use. How are they going to get their garbage out if they can't use these bins? What will they do with it? So these are the concerns I was asked to express to you. Please take them seriously.
Thank you very much, sir. Councillor Hong, do you have a question for the delegation?
Just to answer his question, I guess, if you wanted it answered. I know that the city does offer a program for seniors that if they can't bring their garbage out, that the driver will take the bins out. They do that currently right now with existing ones. People with disabilities and seniors too. So anybody that isn't capable can call sanitation to do that, if I'm not mistaken, with the current system the way we have right now. So I can't see it changing with the new system either. That's how I can answer your question.
So you're saying that if I call the city of Nanaimo and ask them to come and take my garbage from my home to the truck, that they will do so?
Yes, I think there's conditions.
Councillor Hong, perhaps we can receive the delegation, and then we can have Ms. Davis fill us in on that program.
He had a question that we can answer.
Motion to receive. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Davis, can you help us out? It seems to be some concern in the seniors population with respect to this, and I know you've done a lot of research on it and compared us with other communities and sought a lot of answers and advice from them and have developed a program to help them.
That's right, Your Worship. We actually did a lot of due diligence before we moved down this road. And one of the things we wanted to do in building this project is recognise the major change that it brings to the service that we deliver to all of our residents across the city. It's not often that a project has this scale, and so we really have wanted to make sure that we're going to get it right. There are many communities now on the island that offer this service with similar topography to Nanaimo. Councillor Hong is correct in that we have a carry-out system for residents with mobility issues, and we're going to keep that. We also are going to deal with residents who have neighbourhoods that might be trickier for cart placement on a case-by-case basis. Initially, when carts are delivered, and they'll be delivered in central Nanaimo this October, carts will be placed in the position where we would like residents to leave them at the curbside, so that'll be a good indication for where residents can place it. And if they have any problems with that location, I'd like them to contact Public Works, and we'll send a member of staff out to meet with them and deal with them and find a solution.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fuller.
Through you to staff, you mentioned that this is available to all of the residents of Nanaimo. Does that include apartment buildings, strata complexes, et cetera, et cetera?
No, it's just the residences that we currently provide collection services to. The City of Nanaimo provides collection services to single-family dwellings up to 4 plexes in size.
So not all of the residents of Nanaimo?
Not all of the residents, no.
Another question, is it possible for a resident to opt out of the city pickup and go with private, or simply take their items to a private place without having to pay the garbage?
Only in exceptional, through your worship, only in exceptional circumstances would it be possible to opt out. There'd have to be a situation where we weren't able to provide that individual a pickup. There was one where there was not an acceptable pickup point that could be negotiated between the resident and the City of Nanaimo, and that person decided to take their waste elsewhere, and we permitted that as a one-off, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Just a question as it relates to the financing of the $6.2 million from the equipment financing program. Over what term is the $6.2 million?
Ms. Duncan.
It's over a 5-year term.
Thank you. And the equipment to be purchased that we're borrowing the monies for includes all of the automated trucks
No, what that includes some of them. What it includes primarily, 4.5 of the 6.2 is for the wheeled bins. 1.7 is towards the purchase of the 6 additional automated trucks. 900,000 is coming from the equipment replacement reserve for those trucks as well.
Thank you. And I think it needs to be stated that the existing fleet of garbage trucks that we have in our city are redundant.
I'm sorry, what was the word?
Are redundant.
Redundant?
They are essentially rendered useless.
We're going to try and auction them off at the end of their life.
However, thank you. However, given that we have committed to the purchase of, in my mind, the entirety of the fleet, 2 previously and 6 most recent, to 8, that they will all be put into service within a 6-month period of time.
Yes.
October to June, or whatever that number is.
Yes.
Which is necessitated because our existing fleet has exhausted its lifespan prematurely, but it's exhausted its usable life.
I'd say that some of our trucks are past their usable life, and we're going on a day-to-day basis with those. Some of them are life-cycled for a longer period of time. We're actually getting rid of them in advance of what we had projected to use them for. And I do expect we will be able to auction them off for something.
Thank you. And I'll just follow that up. That's my last point. That the reason that the ones that are being relieved prior to the expiration date that we intended is because those units were causing the injuries as a result of how they were manufactured. Henceforth, the reason for us to contemplate purchasing all of the garbage trucks, as Mr. Boland pointed out, because those that we did purchase were not to the necessary standards. And we find ourselves in a very awkward position that we can't use them based on the recommendations that we've received to go into 100% automated. We'd like to, but that would be hypocritical to the recommendation.
Through your worship, I would say that we have had increased injuries in the garbage department since we started collecting green bin. It could be partly related to those trucks. It could also be partly related to the fact that the number of lifts my crew were having to do doubled overnight when we started collecting green bin. And what we decided to do is bring automation forward primarily for the reason of safety.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Primarily for the reason of safety, existing fleet, usable life exhausted, could contribute to the safety. A number of things could contribute. I get the safety thing. When you have trucks that don't work, you purchase new ones. You don't redesign everything that you're using the truck for to meet the need of the truck. $2 million for vehicles, $4.5 million for bins. This is outrageous, the costs. They're just, it just astounds me. Anyway, I won't be supporting this.
I need to remind Council the decision's been made to purchase the trucks and purchase the bins. What we're here tonight to do is to determine how we're going to finance it. The question in front of you tonight is to approve the borrowing of $6.2 million through the equipment financing program. That's what we're here for. So I see no further questions. Can we have a mover for the motion, please? Moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Any further discussion, Councillor Hong, on the borrowing?
Thank you. The rates are good, the numbers are good, but I still can't support it because I think we should have borrowed a lot less, enough to roll out the 2 trucks that we currently have. So that's why I won't support this. But I do support automation, like I did when we bought the first 2 trucks. And I thought we were going to phase this in. We should have phased it in then when we bought the trucks. And I don't favor going in all in at once at all. I don't favor the decisions we made to take in recycling or yard waste because we still have NRE to discuss and we give them money.
Wondering, Councillor.
I don't favor
On
this
the motion,
amount
please.
of borrowing.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller? No, thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Show Councillor Hong and Councillor Fuller opposed. Motion passes. Next item. Demolition of old Nanaimo Hospital Building, Malaspina Gardens property at 388 McCleary Street, to be introduced by Mr. Dale Lindsay, Director of Community Development. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Before you this evening is simply an information report regarding a demolition permit that we received for 388 McCleary. Many people know this as the former Nanaimo Hospital site building, but it's also been used for other uses, including early on the Malaspina College from the late 60s to the sort of mid 70s. So although there is some architectural significance to this building, it's certainly a building I would describe as being culturally significant to the community. As I mentioned, there is a demolition permit that's been submitted. The building is listed on our heritage registry, which is, I would describe as probably the lowest level of protection. It means that there's discussions that occur with our heritage planner and the proponents at the time about possible reuse of the building, but those discussions have not resulted in any concrete proposals, and instead they're looking at proceeding with demolition. Again, it's simply for information. I would note, and it's outlined in the report, that there are extraordinary steps that council can take if it believes that a building is of such importance that it should be protected, and that involves adopting a municipal heritage designation bylaw. There's very few properties in the city that have actually gone to that level of protection. The reason we're not recommending it on this property is primarily that that process would require compensation to the property owner, and at this time staff cannot outline what the extent to that compensation would be, but it would have to be in compensation for the reduction in market value. We do know of other examples outside of Nanaimo, and certainly we would expect that any kind of compensation would certainly be measured in the hundreds of thousands of dollars for a building of this size. So without further direction, staff will be proceeding with the issuance of the demolition permit for this property.
Thank you. Do we have a mover for the recommendation, please? Councillor Thorpe?
Yes.
Seconded by Councillor Beswick. Discussion. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Does staff know the condition of this building, as in its useful life purpose of being, a residence of a sort, low-income housing, maybe?
Your Worship, what I would say is that the current owners ultimately evaluated the building and decided to build a new purpose-built seniors facility in the south end of our community. And I believe some of that, what factored into that decision was simply the age and layout of the building and the costs associated with retrofitting it and trying to meet today's current standards.
But they're going to demolish it and sell it for vacant land. My question is, would somebody say, I don't know, Pacifica Housing bought this? Could they use it for low-income housing or Nanaimo Aboriginal Center? That's my question. Like, would they, staff's point of view, would they have to do anything to be able to use this building for some low-income housing that we desperately need right now? They're going to demolish it and sell the land. That's what they said. So what's the land value of this building? Because we sold our land for the annex for $1. So how much is it going to cost them to demolish it? So I like some information, because if this is a viable option for us for affordable housing, even in the short term for the next 4 or 5 years until housing gets caught up, and then we demolish it and sell it for $1. I could live with that. So I'd just like to know if this building could be used as opposed to demolished.
Your Worship, I think there would have to be considerable work done by staff reviewing the building to give you any kind of indication of what the implications for cost would be with converting this building to any form of housing. Right now, it's a privately held building. We have not done any evaluations of our own on it, and I could not give you an estimate tonight on what the cost would be on that.
Thank you.
Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. Mr. Lindsay responded to one of my questions. Clearly, this is a privately owned property. Is there a next step for council upon accepting the fact that the demolition permit has been applied for? And I think you indicated that the demolition permit would be or has been approved.
Your Worship, there be no further steps required by council as part of that process. The demolition permit will be issued almost immediately, and they'll proceed with the work. The only role that council could play is if a future property owner came in and wanted to discuss either changes to the land use designation, to the zoning, or to obtain a development permit. Council would then again be engaged at that time.
Thank you.
Councillor Fuller.
I recall years ago when I was doing my child and youth care degree, I was doing some research with regards to residential schools and Nanaimo in particular. And I believe this is the hospital that a number of children in residential schools were sent to. And perhaps Councillor Yoakum might know more about this. My understanding is that the treatment back then was substandard for First Nations. And I believe when this building is demolished, we need to respect First Nations to come in and do whatever ceremony would be possible to clean the air around it. I'm not sure what that is, but perhaps Councillor Yoakum knows something about this. But I do recall specifically residential school kids from Port Alberni being shipped there with tuberculosis, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Certainly.
Thank you. Just quickly, Gord, my understanding, in my experience with my late mom, I get a little emotional on this, was used as a guinea pig at an Indian hospital. But that was, unfortunately, that was at the site where the Army barracks are. Where are we here? Up across beside VIU. And you're dead on. They're horrific and equally horrific as residential school. It's just not as well versed till recently, till the Geddes book that's out right now. But you're right, it's horrific, but that was not the site.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. I need to remind council that we're here to receive the information. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. I'm prepared to receive the information. We had a report of a meeting that was held between the neighborhood and our heritage planner, and the neighborhood was expressed a lot of concerns, both sides, but primarily they were understanding that the cost of maintaining this as a heritage building, for what purpose, they weren't sure was going to assist their neighborhood. They were interested in other ideas like preserving parts of it, but they feared that leaving it in limbo would really have a negative impact on their neighborhood. And to me, that was the most compelling thing I've seen on this, is that the neighborhood, while they appreciate the heritage value of the building, and I certainly do, we have to look at the other effects, the sort of unintended consequences of leaving it there while we ponder certain values that we're going to apply to this. And with regard to turning it into affordable housing or supported housing, It's very difficult to turn a building like this into adequate housing with today's standards, and we know that from looking at what was spent on in Victoria after the homeless camp was dispersed. So we need to do purpose-built. When we look at the purpose-built stuff that we have in this city, it is second to none. And to try to revamp or to stop a neighborhood and stop what's going on, perhaps cause negative consequences, when in the end, the money we could spend on a purpose-built would be much better spent. So I'm prepared to accept the report and hope that we get updates along the way on what the developer is going to do there, because there are some ideas about preserving some heritage.
Councilor Yoakum.
Yeah, just quickly, thank you. And my question does pertain to this decision, but I'm going to need a question for the next step. Would be through yourself to Mr. Lindsay. If we approve this and they apply for the demolition permit, is there a time frame to that? Because I don't want to create another empty hole in Nanaimo. We have far too many. The old city hall down by the waterfront and whatnot. So next steps, or am I putting the cart ahead too far?
Your Worship, no, they've actually now, we do have an application for a demolition permit, and that permit's ready to be issued. I simply wanted to take the step of coming to council and making council aware that we have received this application, and make sure that council's aware of what options are available if council did want to pursue them. But at this point, we're recommending just receipt of the report for information, and as early as tomorrow, we'll proceed with issuing of the demolition permit, and I expect the work would commence immediately.
Just quickly follow up, if I may, is so the demolition permit, does it have a time frame like you either A, build, or B, sell it by this time frame? And if it doesn't, can we implement that type? So again, I'm being repetitive, but I still want another big eyesore hole in the center of this town, and too many residences around there, and beautiful. It's a beautiful neighborhood.
Your Worship, the demolition permit will be quite separate from what comes next. The demolition permit will have conditions that the site be cleaned up, that it not be left in a disturbed state. But generally, at that point, our understanding is that the property's on the market, and it'll be up to the future property owner to determine how they want to proceed, whether that's proceeding under existing zoning or working through staff and the community ultimately and talking about other forms of development. But at this point, we do not know who the ultimate owner of the property will be, nor what their preferred vision for the property is.
Councillor Fuller.
I like where Councillor Yoakum was going on this. Cleaned up. What does that mean? You know, you rip the building down, you throw a bulldozer over it and level the dirt and just leave it until it's sold and something built. So I could see what Councillor Yoakum is getting at. Is there any way we could require them to, because it may not sell right away. It may take a few years to sell. At least throw lawn up on it or something, so that it's not a pile of dirt, growing weeds, Scotch broom, and whatever else blows that way. That would be my ideal. If we can't do that, if we can't require them to do it, that sucks.
Lindsay?
Yeah, Your Worship, generally, as I mentioned before, the demolition permit will have conditions that the site be remediated. We do not normally put any conditions in there about anything beyond that, but I would note that we have a number of bylaws, including unsightly premises bylaws, which would be applicable to this property or any other property if a nuisance occurred. And then once an application came in, we would work with the new owners on developing the property, but also, from what we've heard, is trying to recognize the history and the cultural significance of the property in any kind of redevelopment.
Thank you. Been moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Now, we do have correspondence pertaining to that. Do we just need to receive that correspondence? Thank you. There is correspondence from that was received August 10th. Can we have a mover to receive the correspondence, please? Moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Beswick. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, bylaw contravention notice, secondary suite at 3308 Uplands Drive. It's to be introduced by Mr. Dale Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. As you mentioned, this is for the subject property is 3308 Uplands Drive, and staff are recommending that a bylaw contravention notice be registered on the title of the property as a result of a suite that was constructed without the necessary permits or inspections.
Okay, well, before we do that, I need to request that anybody wishing to speak. It's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to bylaw contravention notice, secondary suite at 3308 Uplands Drive. For the second time, anyone wishing to speak to 3308 Uplands Drive? And for the third and final time. Seeing none, can we have a mover for the recommendation, please? Moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Beswick. Okay. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, bylaw contravention notice, construction completed without required inspections at 2079 Boxwood Road. To be introduced by Mr. Dale Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of this application, staff are also recommending that a bylaw contravention notice be registered on the title of the property. There was a building permit that was issued for these works last fall, but the works have proceeded without the necessary inspections and are not in compliance with the issued permit.
Thank you. No questions for Mr. Lindsay. It's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to bylaw contravention at 2079 Boxwood Road. Sir? If we can have your name and city of residence, please.
Yes, Mayor and Council, thank you. My name is David Pollock. I'm the president of P&R Truck Center and one of the owners of the property. Just to give council a little bit of explanation regarding this, Mr. Lindsay's quite correct. The permit was issued. The work has not been completed, however. We had engaged Will Melville of Delinea Design to work with Island West Coast Developments in placing the trailer that's in question so that we could complete the work as required by the development permit, which was approved by council here. The trailer was positioned incorrectly, and I apologize, I'm from Victoria. The trailer is positioned too high and made the work very, very costly to complete. So we have chosen to leave the trailer there. We are not using it for business, and we have not applied for a business license. However, I think it's important just for you to be aware that we have applied for a new development permit, which encompasses the development of the whole property, where we will build a new dealership. This trailer was initially intended to just simply be a sales office, which we're not using it for that purpose. We're using it for storage. We are storing some vehicles there, and we are not doing business in that site. So I would ask that council consider that there is a development permit, and I do have the letter, the comprehensive letter, so we're very close to bringing that to council. I think it perhaps would be just a bit punitive to put a judgment against the property when the trailer will be just simply removed as the development goes forward.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan?
When do you think the trailer would be removed?
Well, certainly the construction we're hoping to begin this fall, assuming that it goes through the cycle with Mr. Noble and yourselves. Our intention is to build immediately. If you view the property, you can see that the property has been prepared, the blasting's been done, we're ready to pour foundations. We just need the building permit, which really, this development permit will take precedence over what was previously issued.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. The contravention notice that would be put on this property will be removed when there's a new development permit applied for. And approved, is that correct?
Your worship, for whatever has given rise to the notice has been addressed. So in this case, once that building is removed, the owner could apply to have the notice removed from the title, yes.
Thank you. So as a layperson, when you tell me that that trailer isn't being used for its intended purpose and the development permit has expired and work didn't take place, but the blasting and all that stuff is done and the site prep's done and you're good to go once you get a development permit from the city, I would strongly encourage you to, and I heard you say that you're using that trailer and I've seen it for storage, I'd highly encourage you to remove the trailer and avoid the problem that you're here to address tonight. The trailer is a problem, right?
The trailer is the problem. There is considerable cost in us removing it at this point, and then we lose our on-site storage, but we certainly could remove the trailer.
So, which then begs the question, you said it's in, and I know I'm not supposed to get in conversation or debate, but it begs the question, it's too high for its intended purpose, so you've changed its intended purpose and now you're using it for storage.
That's correct.
So while you're waiting for your DP, your new DP, because this one's expired, and the problem is this trailer. That's your problem.
It certainly is.
And now we have to adjudicate it's our problem. Well, you need to address the problem. You need to remove the problem. And that's the trailer.
Okay. Councilor Brennan.
So would 3 months be adequate time?
I believe it would, yes.
Because I understand that this is your problem, but it's our problem to adjudicate. So I need some more information from staff, but it's I would quite likely be inclined to say, yeah, we will enforce this if it's not removed within 90 days. That would give you the opportunity to do that and possibly have our staff and you work together to get the new permit. And then nobody would be out of pocket, really. I believe it's not a simple matter of the city just telling the province to remove sections on the title. There's a cost to that. Yeah, I mean, unless staff tells me that 3 months is too long to wait, I would be inclined, I think.
Mr. Lindsay.
Your Worship, my only comment in addition to Councillor Brennan's suggestion is that if that's what Council wanted to consider, rather than just simply saying removed, it would be that it's removed or it's addressed. In other words, that the building is brought into compliance with the permit and the necessary inspections are completed. But if either were done in a timely manner, staff would be supportive of that, yes.
So is there a mover for some motion? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilor Brennan.
So that council direct the corporate officer to file a bylaw contravention notice, et cetera, should the work necessary not be completed within 3 months. And that if it is not completed, I mean, somebody's going to clean this up for me, I hope, but that if it is not completed, then we will file a Section 57. Yeah. That makes sense? Ms. Snellgrove, thank you.
So it's been moved and seconded. I wonder if I can offer something here. If I heard Mr. Lindsay correctly, staff is going to interpret that as something has to happen. In other words, they've got to bring it into compliance.
Yes.
So that means they've got to put the wiring in, they've got to do the inspections, they've got to do all that stuff.
No, they have to remove the trailer.
Mr. Lindsay.
Your Worship,
sorry, without getting into the real specifics, it's a trailer, so there's not all of the internal inspection that we would normally do. There's two main issues. The trailer was connected to the city servicing without the necessary inspection, so we need that inspection to occur. The trailer was also intended to have an accessible washroom, but because of the height that it was built at, the building is not currently accessible. So that's the other issue we want addressed, is that accessibility is provided.
So that's essentially what my motion would expect.
So
That is not done within 90 days, then the Section 57 would be filed.
Thank you. Ms. Snellgrove.
Could you please clarify who the seconder was? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hong. Thank you. Okay, next speaker is Councillor Hong.
Thank you. So through to staff, it's not the trailer that you have an issue with, right? It's the connection that the trailer is connected to?
Your Worship, there's two issues. When someone brings in a temporary trailer of this nature, a lot of the work is obviously already done in the trailer. But the service connections that are done from that trailer to the city services are inspected, and that has not occurred. Plus, there may also be requirements in terms of things like accessibility or access to the building, and it's currently not available given the height of the building. So we do not have an accessible unit, therefore we do not have an accessible washroom within that building. So those are the two principal issues that we would want addressed. That could be addressed either through bringing it into compliance with the building permit or removing the building, in which case the contravention would be gone.
But if they say that they're not going to access it for accessibility, so if they don't have a bathroom in this building, so they don't plumb it and they unplumb it, that means that, because the person said that they're just using it for storage at this point. So if they're not going to use the bathroom, why would we have to contend with accessibility?
Your Worship, staff need to evaluate the building for the purpose it was applied for. In this case, it was applied for as a sales office. So we apply the code requirements for a sales office, which would invite members of the public into the building.
Thank you.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Just very briefly, as I understand it, it's remove or bring the structure into compliance within 90 days, or a notice will be placed on title. Is that what I understand? Thank you. I'd just like us to call the question.
Councillor Yoakum.
Just quickly, I heard the gentleman say it's a storage, and they're bringing a business to the city. I think we got to be business friendly, and obviously they're not trying to pull no wool over our eyes, I don't think. And if they come to their staff and say it's storage and they're not using it for a sales office, I don't want to put them in a position where they got to invest in something they don't have no intention on using. So I will not. I have to hear the motion again, Your Worship. Actually, thanks. Just make sure what I'm voting on.
Ms. Snellgrove.
Contravention notice that the Land Title Survey Authority of British Columbia, under Section 57 of the Community Charter, for the property located at 2079 Boxwood Road, should work not be completed within 3 months. And if the work is not completed, the city will go ahead and file that contravention. Something along those lines.
Everybody got it? Okay, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Show Councillor Yoakum opposed. Motion passes. Right. Next item, official community plan amendment application at 301 Eaton Street. To be introduced by Mr. Dale Lindsay, Director of Community Development. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. This evening you have before you an application for an amendment to the official community plan for the property, as you mentioned, at 301 Eaton Street, and as outlined here in red on the air photo. As outlined in the report from staff this evening, we've been recently approached by Coastland Mill, who's the owner of these properties, and they have their main operation just to the south of these lands. We were approached by them regarding a proposal for the use of 301 Eaton by Nanaimo First Nation for the processing and distribution of firewood. Now, at present, the subject property is designated as a neighborhood in both the official community plan and the South End neighborhood plan. and is zoned residential, so it does not allow for this use. Given the nature of the use, the location, and also the desired time frame for the project, staff are recommending that we consider a temporary use permit, which would allow the use to continue on or to proceed on the property. However, in order for a temporary use permit to be considered, the lands need to be designated as temporary use permit areas in the official community plan. So the bylaw you have before you this evening is for consideration of amendments to the OCP, consideration for both first and second reading for such an amendment bylaw. If council proceeds with first and second reading this evening, that item would be referred to the next scheduled public hearing.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I would so move staff's recommendation 1.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Okay, moved and seconded. Councillor Thorpe, you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just clarification through you to staff. Am I correct that the temporary use would be a time frame of 3 years, Mr. Lindsay?
That is correct. The maximum length of a temporary use permit is 3 years under the provincial regulations, and it can be extended for one additional 3-year period.
But it would have to come to us again for an extension?
The actual permits have been delegated from council to staff. This is an actual step to allow for the lands to be considered as temporary use permit areas. If that passes, the delegation bylaw does allow for the actual permit issuance to be considered by staff.
Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Just a question for staff through you, Worship. Has there any been consultation with the neighbors as to how that will affect the neighborhood?
Through your worship, we've done our referral process, which includes notification to the neighborhood association. In addition, there'll be signage placed on the property in advance of the public hearing, and any comments we receive from the neighbors or from the association will be forwarded to council at the public hearing.
Ms. Snellgrove.
Yes, just before you call the question, could we have the bylaw read in full, please?
Thank you. Councillor Yoakum.
Motion that the official community plan amendment bylaw 2017 number 6500.035 OCP 84 to amend section 771 temporary use permits of the official community plan to designate the subject property at 301 Eaton Street as temporary use permit area to allow consideration of an application for temporary use permit on lands designated neighborhood. Pass first reading.
So it's already been moved and seconded, so just
carry on
for the reading. Okay, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Motion that official community plan amendment bylaw 2017 number 6500.035 pass second reading.
Moved by Councillor Yoakum, seconded by Councillor Bestwick. Discussion, seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item. Rezoning application, RA 363 at 525 3rd Street, housing agreement. Mr. Dale Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. This item is actually associated with a rezoning application that council gave consideration to and approved earlier this year for the property at 525 3rd Street. The next step in this process is the actual registration of a housing agreement for the student housing portion of the development. The housing agreement must be adopted by bylaw and in general terms allows up to 220 student housing beds on the property and has requirements that those units be used solely by students and that there must be a provision of a resident manager on the property.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Lindsay? Seeing none.
I'll move.
Councillor Bestwick? No.
Oops, sorry.
Councillor Yoakum.
7247 RA 363 to authorize a housing agreement for 220 bed student housing development at 525 3rd Street. Pass first reading.
Seconded by Councillor Brennan. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? motion carries.
Motion that housing agreement bylaw 2017 number 7247 pass second reading.
Seconded by Councillor Brennan. Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Motion that housing agreement bylaw 2017 number 7247 pass third reading.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Brennan. Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one. Rezoning application RA 380 at 615 and 699 Harewood Road to be introduced by Mr. Dale Lindsay. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. As you mentioned, this is a rezoning application for 615, 699 Harewood Road. This site may be familiar to Council as it was the subject of a previous rezoning for 11 units that was ultimately denied by Council in October of 2016. The revised proposal is for 8 units on 2 proposed lots. The subject property is the southwest corner of Harewood Road and Wakasaya, and I believe we may have an image of the subject property. As with the previous OCP amendment, if this application received first and second reading this evening, it would then proceed to a next available public hearing.
Thank you. Is there a mover for the motion? Councillor Yoakum.
Motion that zoning amendment bylaw 2017 number 4500.112 RA 380 to rezone 615 and 699 Harewood Road from single dwelling residential R1 to 3 and 4 unit residential R5 pass first reading.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Hong. Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. Just a question to Mr. Lindsay. Is it 1 3-unit and 1 4-unit or up to 2 4-units?
Your Worship, the current proposal is for 2 4-unit buildings, so a fourplex on each property, with a total of 8 units, yes.
Am I misunderstanding something in number 1 then?
I think the confusion, Your Worship, is that's the name of the zone. It allows for 3 and 4 units, but the proposal in this case is for 4 units.
Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Yoakum.
Motion that zoning amendment bylaw 2017 number 4500.112 pass second reading.
Seconded by Councillor Hong. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Motion that council direct staff to secure the community contribution and lane dedication prior to the adoption of the bylaw. Should council support the bylaw at third reading?
Seconded by Councillor Hong. Thank you. Discussion? Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. The community contribution is being directed towards the Harewood Centennial Park. Is that correct? I trust that there was some discussion, given the fact that it's within throwing rock distance of Colliery Dam Park, and knowing that there's improvements necessary there. Was there contemplation for improvements to the Colliery Park entry, access, washrooms, picnic tables?
Your Worship, at the time of the community contributions, staff typically make a number of recommendations of projects to the applicant, and we ultimately leave it to the applicant to make a recommendation of where they want to allocate their money. In this case, they selected the Centennial Park program.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, G, Development Variance Permit Application DVP 319 at 5670 Hammond Bay Road. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. This development variance permit application for the subject property is in order to reduce the required frontage from 15 meters to 13.87 meters in order to allow for a 2-lot subdivision of the subject property. The subject property is outlined in red on the air photo projected behind you this evening.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Lindsay? Councillor Beswick.
My apologies. I don't have any questions. I was just going to make the recommendation.
Well, first off, we need to request anybody wishing to speak. It's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 319 at 5670 Hammond Bay Road. For the second time, anyone wishing to speak to 5670 Hammond Bay Road. And for the third and final time. Seeing none, Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. The council issued development variance permit number DVP 319 at 5670 Hammond Bay Road with the following variance. Reduce the minimum lot frontage of the proposed lots A and B from 15 meters to 13.87 meters.
Moved by Councillor Bestwick and seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, item number 10. Under 10A, zoning amendment bylaw number 2015, 4500.094. Councillor Yocum.
Here, 10A. Motion that zoning amendment bylaw 2015 number 4500.094 RA 346 to amend zoning bylaw 2011 number 4500 by rezoning the subject property from single dwelling residential R1 to mixed use corridor Core 2 in order to permit a mixed use development be adopted.
Seconded by Councillor Hong. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Come on. Through C, D, and E, all been pulled from the agenda. Now we get into correspondence not related to a report to council. So I would suggest that we take the opportunity for the 9 o'clock break. It's now 8:57. So we'll be in recess for 10 minutes. Patience. The next item on the agenda is under correspondence. Ms. Snellgrove, I'm sorry, I've actually got bylaw status sheet. Okay, great, thank you. So correspondence. First one is BC SPCA correspondence. And we have speakers to that delegation. Who have we got here? Mr. Barry Bender, thank you very much. That's the only one, thank you. Mr. Bender. Good evening, sir. If we could just have your name and your city of residence, please.
Barry Bender, Nanaimo.
Thank you. Go ahead. You have up to 10 minutes.
Okay. I'm the owner of Paws and Jaws along with my wife. The SPCA is calling for a ban of sales of bunnies, kittens, and puppies in Paws and Jaws. I totally agree that there are too many bunnies and rabbits available. Yesterday I counted 42 ads on Kijiji, Craigslist, and Used Nanaimo. I have no idea how many rabbits those represented. Paws and Jaws hasn't sold a bunny or rabbit for the last 2 years. That's not the case for kittens. Yesterday I counted 20 kittens under $200 and another 19 over $200, some as high as $1,500 on the three major sites, which are Kijiji, Craigslist, and Used Nanaimo. If you work that out, that's one kitten for every 7,500 people in the Nanaimo district. Overabundance? I think not. We sold 16 kittens this year. So far, likely no more for the rest of the year. The 16 kittens we sold this year is close to a third of what the 3 sites advertised in one day. Did you know that less than a year ago, Kijiji, Craigslist, and Used Nanaimo banned advertising from all pet stores? No exceptions. Does that sound fair? Our store, Paws and Jaws, has been here since 1995, 22 years. Add that to the pet store that we had in Saskatchewan since 1978, another 17 years for a total of 39 years in the pet business I've been in. I don't lie. I don't lie to my family, my friends, my staff, or my customers. Here's my advertisement in the Nanaimo News Bulletin that I published 6 days ago. Warning, Without any warning or discussion, the SPCA has asked our Nanaimo City Council to decide between two options. Option number 1, complete ban of puppy sales in our store, or option 2, allowing puppy sales under new rules and regulations. We do not get our puppies from puppy mills. We buy from humane breeders, and we know the difference, and it's a big difference. We provide care, exercise, and love for our puppies. They are constantly socialized with people and other puppies. Veterinarians examine them at least twice, once before they are sold, and once again within 3 days of being sold. Our puppies receive all necessary shots of medication while in our care, and we know dogs and how to take care of them. We've been in business for 22 years in Nanaimo. Should City Council choose option 1, the consequences would be emotionally and financially devastating for my family and staff. Paws and Jaws would not be able to survive without puppy sales. The penalty on our lease would likely be over $200,000. This is the option the SPCA prefers. We like option number 2. In fact, we welcome it. There have never been any regulations before, and we hope you can support us in this and allow puppies to be sold in our store. If you like the freedom to shop at a locally owned pet store, to bring the kids to see all the different animals at Paws and Jaws, and for any other reason, please support us. We welcome you to our store inside Town & Country, or North Town Center Mall, to sign our petition, and then we've asked for some emails to be sent to us. Okay, let's talk about puppy sales. Puppies are 40% of our total sales before tax. Without puppy sales, we would not be able to carry on. The mall I rent from has a personal guarantee in the remaining 2 1/3 years of my lease, and the cost would be over $200,000. Besides, people love our store, and we should be allowed to carry on as long as I call it quits. Perhaps my manager wants to take over. She's here tonight. People enjoy coming in to look at our puppies, animals, fish, you name it, we probably have it. The SPCA brought this to council without any warning or discussion. Their reasoning is that the majority of Nanaimo residents are opposed to us selling puppies, and that New Westminster and Richmond have banned pet stores from selling puppies. Therefore, Nanaimo should as well. Kind of a clean sweep, if you will. I've been interested in where they got their stats from and take offense categorizing us with those mainland pet stores. In just 6 days, we received 344 different signatures on our petition. We did not canvass outside the store. The signatures only came from customers or browsers that came to our store. The petition reads as follows. The SPCA is falsely accusing us of purchasing our puppies from puppy mills. We do not support puppy mills. We only get our puppies from qualified, responsible breeders. On August 14th, City Council is considering a ban on puppy sales in our store. If you think we should be allowed to continue offering puppies for sale, please sign this petition. Like I said, we got 344 names in 6 days. As well, we received 28 emails supporting our cause, which would forwarded to the mayor's office. I'd like to read some. Can I get a drink here? The claim that Paws and Jaws is sourcing dogs from puppy mills this is one email, is totally unfounded. The spaniel purchased from Paws and Jaws 3 years ago is in perfect health, has no behavioral issues at all. She brings much joy to my family. She came from a breeder in Alberta that the owner of Paws and Jaws knows personally. I also owned a former puppy mill dog that I rescued from an acquaintance when he was 1 year old. The now 8-year-old Shih Tzu that I rescued has non-stop health and skin issues and even lost an eye over the year. I understand the full repercussions that puppy mills have on animals and I've lived it. I recently adopted a rabbit from the SPCA. While there, I was looking at dogs and noticed that they were all large mixed breed dogs, and they're very few. Even currently on the SPCA website, there are only 3 dogs available for adoption, and they are all large and medium breed dogs. Paws and Jaws only sells small breed dogs and always has. This is not the same dogs that tend to end up in the SPCA. By making it illegal for stores to sell puppies, it just creates a black market for dogs. At least when dogs are being sold in the store, it is right out in the open. You can check on their health and living conditions. If people cannot buy a puppy at a store, they turn to unaccredited breeders on Kijiji and other websites. This leads to a whole industry that's totally unregulated. Paws and Jaws is the only store in the island that's selling puppies at this time. I personally have been going into Paws and Jaws on a regular basis for 5 years and can attest to the cleanliness of the puppy enclosures. The puppies are rarely there for more than 2 weeks before someone takes them home. I also note that when there's only 1 puppy left from a litter that hasn't been sold, the owner or manager will take it home at night so they are not lonely. Lastly, I want to point out that Paws and Jaws is an island family-owned business. I would hate to see another independent pet store close down the island. It's been happening at a steady rate for the past few years. Big box stores are picking up the slack, and we all know where that money does not stay in the island. How am I doing for time?
Minute 30.
30 seconds?
A minute 30.
Oh, okay. Another one here. I most definitely support option 2 as a former business owner here in Nanaimo. I find it shocking the position you've been put in. I know you're well aware of what it means to have a good reputation and how it affects businesses. This is why I am sure you do not get your puppies from puppy mills. I've myself bought 3 puppies from you in your store over the past 8 years, all healthy right up to this day, and all welcome members of our family. I wish you well. Another one. I think SPCA's promoted ban on commercial pet sales in Nanaimo is both ineffectual and unfair. Our local SPCA can't meet the current demands for puppies, so people will seek other less regulated sources, resulting in more puppy mills, which is what the SPCA is supposed to be preventing. And it paints all pet suppliers except the SPCA with same brush, regardless of the pet care standards they have in place. Beneath their initiative, there's an unstated and unproven assumption that they, the SPCA, provide better care for their pets than Paws and Jaws, a small local business that is the sole surviving commercial puppy supplier in Nanaimo after 22 years. If they care to provide their best practice metrics for a fair test, I expect Paws and Jaws would outperform the SPCA in areas of cleanliness, puppy contact, space, medical treatment, owner education, follow-up, and of course the ever-essential cuddle quota. We need puppy sales, not regulations, not bans. Thanks for this.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. I'm going to invite council to ask you some questions. Councillor Fuller.
Thanks for coming up here and appearing as a delegation. I really appreciate it. It's a complicated issue. A question you might be able to answer for me. More and more people seem to be getting rescue dogs. Quote, rescue dogs. Are there any regulations on who can sell rescue dogs, where they come from? Because I fear that what might be happening is dogs are going missing in communities and ending up in Canada as rescue dogs. So
I don't believe there are any regulations, period. The SPCA probably, you have that letter from them?
Yeah.
The original letter they sent, and they had a lot of regulations on there. They were suggesting, but I just don't think there's any regulations anywhere.
Yeah, and like you say, Kijiji, Craigslist, I mean, you never know what's coming off of that. So
Except no pet stores.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
don't allow us to
Interesting.
advertise.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the delegation. Thank you, Mr. Bender, for coming. Appreciate your presentation as a local small business owner. Council has been receiving a lot of emails on this issue recently, and I think I'm correct in assuring you that we are not at this point considering a ban on puppy sales in your store. We have received correspondence from the SPCA suggesting alternatives. We haven't debated those alternatives yet or endorsed any of them. And so at this point, this is not an issue that we are going to be making a decision on certainly tonight.
Good.
It is an issue that we may well want to gather further data on and talk about and think about, but we'll certainly not be making any ban or non-ban tonight. So I just wanted to assure you of that. Beyond that, I will be asking staff for some information as we proceed if this is something that we feel that council needs to investigate further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bender. I'm just wondering, do you keep records from where all your pups and kittens come from so that if somebody wanted to know where they originated from, that would be possible?
We do keep records. At the moment, we keep that private. We keep that to ourselves. Now, the SPCA recommended in that proposal, if they, put some rules and regulations in for puppies, that I would release that information to somebody from the city. And that would be okay with me, just as long as that's where it stays, because it's confidential. The people that buy the puppies from me, they know where we get them from, like the geographic area where we get them from. But they're not really concerned about the exact location, because they know that we're the people. The buck stops with us. If there's something goes wrong with that dog, we stand behind it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Beswick.
Thank you, Mr. Benner. Very complex and sensitive issue, of course. Cruelty to animals is something that I think we all take to heart if it should happen. In your puppy contract on number 4, it indicates you must not leave the puppy unattended for any length of time, no more than 2 hours.
That's right.
For at least the first week following purchase, and no more than 4 hours thereafter. So when you're in care and possession of puppies in your store, are they left unattended? And please don't take this the wrong way, but so if I buy a puppy, I'm signing a contract that says I won't leave it unattended for the first week for more than 2 hours. What happens when you go home from your store and you have puppies?
You're referring to at night? That when we leave at night, you're saying?
When the store closes, the lights go out.
Yeah.
The contract says, I as an owner, I just bought it, and I'm signing a contract that says I'm not going to leave it unattended for 2 hours, at least for the first week, and no more than 4 hours for any week thereafter. So when that puppy, the day before I bought it, the lights went out in your store.
Yeah.
What happened? What was going on with that puppy?
Well, I guess you got a point there, but the difference about, I guess the difference that we're trying to impress on those people is to treat those puppies like they're a baby. We know how to handle the puppies. We feed, we water them when we leave at night. We come in, 8 hours later, look at them, they're fine. I guess we're just trying to impress on people is that you really, really should pay attention to that puppy when you first take it home, because it's under a lot of stress. Maybe those are a little overboard, the 2 hours and 4 hours, but I sure we don't want to sell a puppy to somebody that takes off, goes to work for 8 hours, and never sees that puppy for an 8-hour period. That can be a problem.
Thank you. I needed that confirmation. And secondly, you indicated that you don't purchase any of your pets that you sell for resale from any type of mill.
No, we don't.
So that's good to know.
Yeah.
But the people you're purchasing them from, do you know where they come from?
Yes.
Do you know where they get them from?
I know those people personally. I went to their places. I know them well. I've actually dealt with everybody that I deal with right at the present moment. I've probably dealt with 10, 12 years running.
Thank you. So when you're purchasing them, they're only coming from breeders then?
Yes.
And they're reputable breeders then,
Yes.
that sell to more than just you. Like, would they be selling online too?
No, they're not. No.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much.
Councillor Yocum.
Thank you. Thank you for your report, your update. You mentioned earlier, sir, about the purchaser. If I was going to go purchase a puppy, I'd want to know the background of the puppy mill, if it came from a puppy mill or not. So I think I know we're not discussing making a decision today, as Councillor Thorpe touched on or mentioned, but down the road, I will be supportive of regulations of some sort, and part of that will be knowing the background of these puppies if it comes back to this table down the road, when whatever report staff comes out with. So I will need more substance than, no, it doesn't come from a puppy mill. And I think this is just for your store. Anyone in this city, in this business, I would expect everyone to have the same regulations, so the same goalposts. So I don't know what that looks like, but I'm just telling you where I'll be leaning towards it down the road. And I'm definitely supportive of small business and love your store.
Yeah.
But I just want to say, so if we have some form of process for yourself or anyone else selling, I would look forward to a more concrete process. But I don't know what that is today, but we'll probably get to that path. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Now, I've got, there's no more councillors, but I've got some questions for you. Do you have the BC SPCA letter in front of you?
Well, I can get it.
That's okay. I'll just read the part that I want to address with you.
Okay.
It says the sale of animals from pet stores is a prominent issue in BC, including in Nanaimo. A pet store that was operating in Burnaby shut down after consistent public protest and reopened in Vancouver, facing the same public disgust and leading to a ban on the sale of cats, dogs, and rabbits in Vancouver. That's a very strong statement. It then goes on to say some of the same issues have been reported for the last 10 years with the store Paws and Jaws. So my question to you, sir, is have you had interaction with the SPCA about the care of your animals? Very little. Okay.
I had a discussion with my manager, and we were trying to remember about the last time, and I'm going to just round it off in years. The last time they did a full kind of search, I mean, like a full inventory of our store, went through the entire, every animal, every little livestock area, went through totally everything, was between 2 and 3 years ago. And since then, I'm going to ask Alana if she knows, but she tells me that she gets the occasional phone call. Just a minute here. Alana, can you help me out here? Can Alana come up here?
Maybe you could come down to the microphone, please, because we are taping this for television.
The last instance that I can remember where the SPCA contacted me with concern from the public about the care of our animals is somebody complained that they thought we had too many puppies in the store at one time. But the SPCA didn't come into the store directly. They just called me to confirm. So I assumed that if they had a real concern about, the welfare of the puppies, they would have visited personally. And the other instance was probably over a year ago. Somebody complained that a puppy looked unwell. So the SPCA visited and looked at the puppy, and it had some hair in its eyes, so it had watery eyes. But I wouldn't say that we've never had any formal complaints or charges or anything to that nature. We have occasionally had them come in and visit and inspect, but nothing's ever come of it. So I assume that because they never came back and did any secondary checks or anything like that they didn't have any real concerns about the welfare of the animals in our store.
Thank you. So you've had no enforcement action?
No enforcement action, no.
Okay.
In the one instance when they did come in and inspected all of our animals, there was the only things that were written down is that one of our reptile light bulbs had burned out. So we replaced that while they were in store, and that they thought that our rodents needed more enrichment in the cages, maybe more toys and stuff, which we've since enforced to ensure they all have more toys. But they never followed up with any phone calls or visits thereafter. So I didn't feel that they had a real concern about the welfare or the care of the animals.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you. So, Council, if we could, with respect to the correspondence, can we have a motion to receive each one individually? Move.
Correspondence.
Number one?
Number one.
Okay.
From Mr. Davis.
Okay, and is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Fuller. Thank you. Any discussion on number one? Councillor Bestwick.
Well, we're simply receiving this, and so we're providing no direction.
Correct. So if we can receive them first, if there's business arising from the correspondence, then we can do that then.
Thank you.
Okay. So, motion to receive. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Second one? Do we have a mover to receive? Moved by Councillor Thorpe. Is there a seconder? Councillor Armstrong. Thank you. Any discussion on the receipt? Councillor Bestwick.
What is the second one, please?
That is a letter dated July 24th from Eleanor Fast, Nature Canada. That's the one.
Just checking, because I want to make sure that when we're doing this seriatim that we're all on the same piece of correspondence.
Cool. So, no discussion on that one. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Now, is there any business arising from the correspondence? Councillor Bestwick.
Well, I think it's important that we provide staff direction rather than simply receiving this for information. And the sentiment that I'm hearing from the countless emails that we're receiving is that there needs to be some form of compliance as it relates to puppies, kittens, and other pet sales in retail outlets. And so with that, I would like, and I heard that we're not going to make a decision tonight, although there is a couple of recommended options placed before us. So what I would like to do then is refer this to staff to return with options for council to consider at its next earliest opportunity.
So that's a motion, seconded by Councillor Hone. Who'd like to speak to that? Anyone? I think that's a prudent move. Right now, we've got recommended options from the SPCA, and that's not how we operate. We take their advice, we send it to our staff does the research, they get back to us, we take recommendations from our staff, not from the SPCA. Okay, Councillor Thorpe.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I just, again, wanted to clarify that the recommendations being referred to did come in the letter from the SPCA, and we may well take those under advisement, but I would like to have our staff investigate further, and I think the motion is a good one, and I'll certainly support it. I think it's a topic of interest to the citizens of our city. There are so many that are pet owners and interested in pet welfare. And I think this applies, the issue applies not just to puppies, but kittens and other small animals. So I'd like to make sure that it extends to other animals, not just puppies.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Yeah, I'm in support of doing anything on this that we can to get more information, maybe regulations, et cetera, so I'll support the motion. What struck me is one paragraph in the letter from the BCSPCA, and it reads, in recognition of these issues, the Canadian Kennel Club and Cat Fanciers Associations, the two registries in Canada for purebred dogs and cats, do not permit breeders to sell to pet stores in their code of ethics. Subsequently, any animals being sold in these stores are coming from unregistered breeders and breeders from outside Canada. Well, not everybody can afford a purebred dog. I know the husky I had that recently passed away cost $800, and I don't think there are many citizens in Nanaimo that could afford purebreds. So we have to look at all of this. That paragraph in particular concerned me. So I'm in support of the motion.
Thank you very much. See no further speakers. I'm going to call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next correspondence is from Nanaimo First Nations, and there's two pieces. First one is the Nanaimo Port Authority transition to nation approach in Vancouver Harbour. That was a letter that was addressed to the minister. And the second one is Nanaimo First Nation pursues alternative to Port Authority, which is a press release from Nanaimo. So, do we have a motion to receive the correspondence? Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Brennan. Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. On page 130, in the letter penned on July 5th, 2017, paragraph 4, and this was written by Chief John Wesley. And it indicates that in that paragraph 4 that our government has committed by resolution to undertake innovative work to achieve a solution and a way forward. We want to work with our federal, local, and industry partners to create success for everyone in new ways that respect our treaty rights. City of Nanaimo staff have also been directed by City Council resolution to explore and develop an alternative model, and user groups have committed to participate. My question to staff is, since that resolution was adopted in April, what undertakings have we participated in to establish and or explore and or develop an alternative model? And you could use plural, models. What is our status update? What has staff done with the resolution from April to reflect the intent of our participation?
Councillor, the motion is to receive the correspondence at this point.
Fine, so I can receive,
business arising from the correspondence.
Keep that question in the box,
okay.
And so we can receive this, and then I'll ask the question again.
Councillor Yocum, is that with respect to receipt? Okay. So the motion has been moved and seconded to receive the correspondence. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Bestwick. So
my previous
staff,
question.
Mr. Bama.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Council will recall that once we got the direction that you supported the alternative model that was in front of you back in April, staff did meet with the Transport Canada reps out of Vancouver, who subsequently wrote a letter to Council. And since then, at least I have participated in one meeting with the proponents of the alternative model. And in those discussions, the letters that you see were discussed as coming. And so the information that's coming now is things that we are aware of that were coming, we're going to happen. Obviously, the position that we've taken is that Council supports the model that was provided in front of them. So we are not actively looking for a separate or new model. We are supporting the model that you said you were supporting. And we are obviously at this point not leading the charge, but in a supportive role. And until such a time, I would say, when inroads have been made, whether there's a different response from the one that Transport Canada provided, or there is an opportunity to meet with the federal minister or their representative, when we get to that point, we will participate on the strength of the motion that you provided us.
Follow up, please. Thank you for your explanation, but I'm not clear, and with all due respect, where it states that we support the model as it is currently. I don't believe that that is what created the resolution by Council to direct staff to explore and develop an alternative model. If we were in approval of the current operation model as it exists, we wouldn't have presented that resolution. And still to this point in time, to this minute, I don't know that council supports the model of today, because council resolved to direct staff to return alternative models of operations and governance. I haven't received that yet, and that's why I'm asking the question, what's its status? Are we saying, well, we've met with Transport Canada? Okay, good. But that only forms part of the resolution. Have we met with Tsunamic First Nations? Have we met with the Port Authority? Have we met with the stakeholders, the Greater Nanaimo Waterfront Association that has delivered this edict, per se? So when you say we're not taking the lead, we're not taking the charge. But we've joined with Tsunamic and the Greater Nanaimo Harbourfront Association in trying to establish whether there is an alternative model. And so that's what we directed. And what I'm hearing you say is council is okay with the status quo. I don't understand that to be the case.
Through the chair, through you, I think Councillor Bestwick misunderstood my comments. I did not in any way imply that your direction was to indicate that you're satisfied with the current model. I said you directed us to work with the alternative model that was presented to you. That's the model we're supporting with the presenters that were in front of you. And so what I've said is, in following your direction, we actually reached out to Transport Canada. We provided you their response, and I said, subsequent to that, I actually participated in a meeting with Mr. Siri and Mr. Doug White. And so the letters that you see here are a result of that meeting. So we expected this to happen. And so staff has worked in support of the motion that you sent us to do. That's the clarification I was providing.
Thank you. So a follow-up. So are you saying now that case closed? Case closed. We've done what you asked us to do. Case closed. We've met with Transport Canada, and we expected these letters to follow. Case closed.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay. So what is next then? Do we need to provide another or alternative direction? Because I don't know where it's going then, since the meeting with Transport Canada that happened back in June or early July. Where are we now?
So through the chair, Council has every right to give us new direction. But what I'm saying is we've acted on the direction you've given us. So the position we are in right now, the letters that you see in front of you, we are aware these letters were going to come through because we were informed through a meeting where we discussed these. So where are we as a staff? At this moment, obviously, we're waiting to see what responses come to these letters. And I think the letter from the chief is probing the minister to say, you need to give an ear to this process. And so until that's responded to, I'm not yet aware of any other initiative that's coming. So obviously, there's no indication on staff side or implication that the case is closed.
Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. Just wanted to, a quick comment would be, this is July 5th, and I would like to receive correspondence quicker if possible. But the question I would have was our city's comments when we, in conversations with the three ministers, I want to ensure we're crystal clear that we're supportive of a new governance model. Just because the vote wasn't unanimous, that was still the vote. And I want to ensure Minister Rabo and party are getting this, the message. So I'm not sure if they are, but I'll leave that piece at that. And secondly, I believe there's a public meeting sometime in September, and I want to make sure what our game plan is and be prepared to be part of that, because we have signed up to be part of this. Sure, it wasn't unanimous, but we signed up to be part of this. And I want to make sure we're part of this, because I'm still a firm believer that our shores got to be governed and made decisions by the people that live on the shores, meaning this area. Thank you. Not Ottawa.
Councillor Fuller.
Thank you. Just to bring attention to the July 13th Nanaimo First Nation for immediate release, last paragraph on page 132. States it fairly clearly. This past April, both Nanaimo First Nations and the City of Nanaimo resolved to work with the marine industry and undertake innovative work to explore and develop a new harbor governance model. So that's the direction. That work continues and forms the basis of upcoming public dialogue in September, which is what Councillor Joachim was talking about. So the whole premise is that the City of Nanaimo, Nanaimo, and the marine industry are working together towards this new model. That's how I read this, and that, I believe, is the direction we did give staff. So I'm quite happy with the correspondence. It's great.
If we go back to April 3rd, it was moved and seconded that council support the Greater Nanaimo Waterfront Association's efforts to work with Nanaimo First Nation, the City of Nanaimo, the Regional District of Nanaimo, the marine industry, and the community at large to form a non-for-profit society tasked with becoming the official steward of Nanaimo's water lot properties. The motion carried by a vote of 5-3. Now, our staff met with Nanaimo First Nations and with Transport Canada, and they discussed where we like to go with respect to a potential new model. The Transport Canada from Vancouver, their representative from Vancouver, essentially sent us a letter back, and I'm just recalling all of this. They sent us a letter back, said, thank you very much for your input. This is to advise you that Transport Canada has no intention of changing the governance model with respect to Nanaimo Harbour. Period. So as far as I'm concerned, it's over. Now, Nanaimo have now taken it to a different level. Nanaimo have now wished to enter into nation-to-nation negotiation with the Crown. And I'm fine with that. Please do. But because what they want to discuss with the Crown is the Canada Marine Act, the letters patent of the Nanaimo Port Authority, and how things don't work for them as a nation. So this is, if we're down here as a municipal corporation, they're now up here at the nation-to-nation level. And I welcome them to have these conversations with them. I don't believe we play a role in those. We certainly don't play a role in Crown to First Nation discussions when it comes to any other item with respect to treaty or anything like that. That's the province and the federal government. We don't. With treaty? Well, so what I'm saying is this one here is, in my view, this is a new level of conversation between two nations, Canada and Nanaimo First Nation. Am I reading that incorrectly?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think with the meetings that we've had, there has been no indication that Nanaimo is trying to go solo on this. I think these are part of multiple efforts to get the federal government to the table to talk about the alternative model. And so that's our understanding. And the letter, the press release, these are things that we discussed. And so to us as staff, we see these as part of the effort of supporting the alternative model. So if you look at the press release, if you look at the letter, the chief does indicate that this is still an effort of multiple parties, not just First Nations at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Well, I simply by virtue of the fact that the Port Authority is on the City of Nanaimo's waterfront and we are a neighbor, and like most initiatives, nothing happens provincially, federally, or otherwise unless all the parties are at the table to discuss concerns and issues that impact all of the bodies. We're one of them. And so I don't read the same message that you read, that case closed. To me, the case is not closed. To me, that we are working toward potential of a different governance model collectively, not simply the First Nations going to discuss the Canada Marine Act. I have no doubt that the Douglas Treaty and the Canada Marine Act and a whole bunch of things are going to be participants of that discussion, will be subject matters of that discussion, which forms part of why we're having some of our challenges in development of the properties known as One Port Drive, Wilcox, C-SPAN, Port Authority, you name it. What I hear on the streets is the most precious properties that and most desirable properties in all of the Pacific Northwest. Well, if that is the case, then we need to be at that table, because that property is sat in its same state for well over 75 years to 100 years. I'm hoping that we can all get to the table and discuss how we can all be beneficiaries of what we all, I think, the majority, considers to be our most promising developable properties. I know everybody has different iterations of what they think that should look like, and that's fine. That's great. So we need to collaborate and get together with all of the parties that are impacted and have an influence on what it could look like 25 years from now, or the same. They can say the same. But I think we should all get to the table and figure out how the Port Authority and the city and the Nunavik and other stakeholders can engage to ensure that we're moving forward in a positive direction for that site's development. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, I just want to echo that, you know, when you read both the SNAMO's immediate release as well as the initial letter, at no time do they say that the City of Nanaimo is not a partner. In my opinion, it states that we are a partner in that. It said right in here, SNAMO First Nation and the SNAMO and its surrounding community, which would be Nanaimo, is united in its desire to work with the federal government. So I take it that they still feel that we're a part of it, and that's why you were CC'd in their email as well as in the other letter, I believe. It also states again that the city is actively involved working with them towards that. As it's right here, we're ready to inform you of a joint initiative being advanced by the SNAMO First Nation and the City of Nanaimo and the Nanaimo Marine. So I read it that way, that they feel that we are still actively involved in that. And I wasn't here for the vote, but as the vote was that we should be doing that, I think we should stay engaged. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. Well, I think that we are in a position where we should still be engaged, but I understand Mr. Mema's point, and that is that we are in a supporting role. We're certainly not in a leadership role on this. The motion says that we would support those efforts, and that's what our staff has been doing, and that there was a meeting. There were promised letters regarding next steps. Here are the letters regarding next steps. We await the next steps. I did not hear that this was the end of the road. I heard this is after our discussions, we await next steps. Seems like a reasonable outline, and that's what we should do. We should be waiting for our two partners, although we're in a supportive end of that partnership, to call us together and say, okay, here are the next steps that we propose. What can we all do to further the aim?
Councillor Bestwick.
I'm just ready to receive the correspondence and then make a motion.
It's already been received.
Okay, thank you. So are we in readiness for a motion?
Certainly.
Thank you. I would therefore direct staff to coordinate a meeting between the Snuneymuxw First Nation representative, the Greater Nanaimo Harbor Association representative, and you can use plural, and the city representatives to further discuss next steps.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Fuller. Mr. Mem, I see that you're in here, but it's a little mixed up here.
Sorry, Your Worship. I think Council is free to do this motion. I don't know if it is different from the motion you've given us back in April, because, like I said, these letters are a result of meetings, so those meetings will continue. And we're still going to meet. There is here talk of a dialogue that's going to happen. So I expect that the city's reps, SFN rep, and Mr. Siri will still meet and work the details of what that looks like, and also look at whether there's response or no response from the federal government. Sure, you can have the new motion on the table, but the natural progression of these discussions is that there's ongoing discussions anyways.
May I respond?
Councillor Fuller's next. Councillor Fuller.
I do agree with Mr. Mema, but this cements it a bit stronger, I think. And it's clear in the letter, the immediate release, that they want that partnership. Snuneymuxw intends to achieve a new responsive and responsible governance model for Nanaimo Harbor in partnership with the City of Nanaimo, the marine industry, and the community at large. So they want it to be in partnership with us, with the marine industry, and with the community at large. This motion, I think, just cements that we want to move forward with that and continue where we've been going all along.
Yep. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. I have some concerns about us telling the Snuneymuxw and the marine owners that we want a meeting. I really think that this issue, that they are the leaders here, and we are there to assist them with their aim. For us to kind of unilaterally tell our staff to pull together a meeting with these people, and it sort of affronts me a little bit. And I might, if I were in that position of receiving that message, I might think to myself, well, hang on now, who are you to organize a meeting? This truly is our issue. And so I would be more willing to soften the language a little bit and contact the Snuneymuxw and the marina owners and talk about whether they're ready for another meeting. Do they have things that they want to talk about in this interim period while we await the response from the ministers that they identified in their letter? I mean, I really think that this is a matter of us grabbing onto something that is not our place to do.
On the motion, Councillor Bestwick. Is it on the motion?
It is.
Okay.
And with all due respect, this motion is different. And the reason is to bring all the parties to the same table to discuss a summary update of where we find ourselves today. And because we're speculating that SFN is going it alone, we're speculating that Transport Canada has delivered a message that says, nothing's changing, go away. We're speculating that the Greater Nanaimo Waterfront Association is, I guess, on their own, and that we're just a bystander to this. No, we signed on. And there is, and we're not telling the First Nations how to go about their business. We're not telling anybody to go about their business. We all need to sit at the same table in the same room and say, where is this subject matter at? Instead of hearing it around corners and in different conversations, I think everybody needs to hear the information at the same table at the same time. So we can establish and form a strategy of moving forward or not. Together. Or not. And that's what this isn't to tell anybody how to run, to do what to do. This is to find out where are we collectively and whether or not we intend to pursue what the original motion was back in April or not. So the motion is different.
Thank you. Councillor Yoakum, have you spoken once on this item?
Go ahead with whoever.
No, I'm suggesting if there's any first-time speakers, otherwise I'm going to call a question. The motion's to call to have a meeting.
Yeah, that's fine.
So if it's a pretty simple motion, so I'm going to call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item. Ms. Snellgrove, I'm just going to change this up a little bit. I'm going to receive the correspondent. They're both on the same subject, same as the next one up. So if we can have a mover to receive the correspondence, please. No, pardon me. On C, this first one's on Code of Conduct. The next one's concerning bipartisan citizen resolution.
Okay.
So on the item 1 and 2, motion to receive. Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Now, we have 3 delegations on this one. The first one is Matthew O'Donnell.
Good evening, Council. My name is Matthew O'Donnell. I live in Nanaimo, British Columbia, as I'm sure you're all aware. I'm here to speak to you tonight about correspondence that was sent to Council last week concerning the overall conduct of Council, as well as a petition that was sent to Council as official correspondence. Right off the bat, I would like to say to this Council that I'm just a regular person. I'm a nonpartisan citizen, realistically, with the exception of Councillor Armstrong, because you've only been here not too long. But with everybody else, I've probably openly criticized every single person sitting at this table as a citizen over issues of governance. I am very nonpartisan. I'm also a nonpartisan citizen who is, frankly, just concerned about my city and where our municipal government is headed. We're seeing a very divisive partisan path that the city is going down in our municipal government, and it's just not good. I don't place any blame or onus on any one person or individual. Rather, I place the onus on the entire executive branch of Nanaimo City Hall. For the purposes of this delegation, and from my viewpoint as a private citizen, I consider the executive branch of Nanaimo City Hall to be the mayor, council as a whole, and our CAO. Now, after speaking with various private citizens throughout the community, it became apparent to me that many in the community shared my belief that the onus must be placed on the executive branch as a whole, and the solution must also be reached by all parties and not just one individual or side. At this point, I decided to launch a petition on change.org with a simple message to the executive branch of Nanaimo City Hall. We want this council to get back to business at full strength and attention without the distractions of partisan personal attacks without the leaking of confidential material to the public in order to manipulate public opinion, without the outbursts, without the slanderous comments about others on social media, without the red herrings and deflective attacks. We just want it to stop from all sides immediately. This petition also calls for Council to sign on to a code of conduct in order to reassure the concerned public that Council will cooperate and treat each other with respect. If the executive branch cannot commit to the simple task of cooperation and mutual respect for the betterment of our city, not just the folks at this table, then we are asking that anyone at that table immediately resign and save our city and our citizens the 15 more months of embarrassment that we continually see in the national news, throughout the business community, and also throughout the community as a whole. Once again, not pointing any fingers at anybody, it just needs to stop. And once again, I want to point out one more time that this is not on anyone individual. This is about the executive branch of Nanaimo City Hall. With that petition, we received 350 signatures over the last week. We took on a grassroots angle from this to just try to get signatures, not from people in Victoria, not from people from Ontario, but just people here in Nanaimo. And we got 350 signatures, and I believe that that is a strong voice. Now, another thing I should note right now is that there already is a code of conduct that was introduced to this council quite some time ago. The newspaper reported on it. We all talked about it. Social media talked about it. Regular citizens at the coffee shops, everyone talked about it. Everyone knew about it. I believe, if memory serves me correctly, 4 people signed on to this code of conduct. As an individual and as a private citizen, I could not care less why the remainder of that table did not sign on to the code of conduct. But what I do care about is right now and where we are at right now. So we already have a code of conduct on the table. Why not take a look at it? Why not revisit it? Why not sign on to a code of conduct at the very least to just reassure the public that you're going to play nice and treat each other with respect? I know it has no legal bearing. I've heard certain councillors say, well, why should I? I've agreed. I took an oath, yada, yada, yada. Just reassure the public and sign on to a code of conduct. And if the current code of conduct isn't good enough for this council, create a new one. Not next week. Don't throw it in your pile of 100 staff reports that are not done. And that's nothing on the city staff. I put that on council. Create a new one. Or stick to the one that you have now. Regardless, fix it immediately with respect. I'm also asking that council tonight not only receive our correspondence, but we're also asking that we get answers and accountability tonight. As was stated in the correspondence that I sent to this council, as was contained in the petition and the resolution that was contained in the petition, we wanted a response from Nanaimo City Council tonight. I received very minimal feedback from anyone on council. I did receive some feedback from several councillors, but I was actually rather disappointed to see the lack of response from this council. Tremendous response from the community. They clearly care. They don't have their heads in the sand, but I didn't hear much response from this council. That disappointed me. So we're asking for accountability and we're asking for answers tonight. We want action tonight. Another thing that I should really note about this is that this council has sought fit to spend thousands of dollars on consultants, thousands of dollars on independent investigations, thousands of dollars on lawyers. They've spent plenty of time squabbling amongst themselves with personal battles. It appears that this council has listened to all the stakeholders in this situation, except for the public. And in my opinion, the public are probably the most valuable stakeholders in this situation. So now it's time for council to answer to the public, to these stakeholders. It's now time for you to hear the public's voice, and it's time for you to respond, not just with false words that we're very used to hearing from this council. We want action. We want to know what you're going to do to stop this. What are you going to do for the next 15 months to make sure that we're not in the national news over what I call garbage? We know that there's partisan politics in every level of government. It's okay and it's acceptable, but never on this level here in Nanaimo, and it needs to end because we put the onus on all of you. If council and the executive branch refuses to hear our voice and respond to our concerns tonight, then you can be assured that we will make our voices heard even louder tomorrow. We will not tolerate an additional 15 months of the executive running roughshod over our city while just expecting us to wait 15 more months to vote to make our voices heard at the ballot box. We're not waiting 15 months for this. Please understand, we are not waiting 15 more months. We want action now. And if you can't provide action, if you can't even give us just the agreement that you're going to work together and treat each other with respect, something that I'm expected to do in my workplace, something that everyone else in this audience is expected to do at their workplace, treat each other with respect. You don't have to like each other. You don't have to agree all the time. It's politics. Of course you're not going to agree. But you can treat each other with respect. And if you can't, then resign. And that's not just one private citizen coming to march to the podium to, make my stand. No. Resign, and we meet it. And if you don't resign, and if you can't agree to cooperate, then we will put public pressure on you for the next 15 months, and we will make your jobs extremely difficult. You need to start listening to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the delegation? Councilor Bestwick.
Thank you. You made a statement in your presentation that this council and in general uses false words.
False words?
Yeah. Would you please provide for me the false words that you're accusing me of using?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bestwick. Once again, I would like to point out...
Because there's a brush. And if you wish to paint everybody with a brush, I get it, because that's an easy smattering. It's easy. Get the roller out. But if you're going to say, it's not on you, but it's on all of you, but it's really on you, but it's really on all of you. Okay. If you want to provide me with specifics, because it's okay for you to come here and say that we're getting all of this national attention and it's all negative. Well, it's being perpetuated tonight. Because we're going to make life hell for the next 15 months if we don't get our way.
If you get along and act like adults.
I'm just having a conversation with you, just like
You're
you
putting
had
words in my mouth, Councillor
Just
Bestwick.
like you had one with me and us.
Absolutely.
So if you can let Councillor answer his question, and when you've asked a question, if you can let him answer.
Sure. So could you please provide for me the false words that you've accused me of using?
Well, once again, Councillor Bestwick, I'd like to point out that this petition went to great lengths to point out that we are not putting any blame on any one individual, including yourself. We want accountability, and we want a solution from the group of you. You're all elected officials, or you're in the executive branch. So all we're asking for you, if you're asking for an example, I would suggest going on to google.com, clicking news, and then typing Nanaimo City Council. I'm sure that you'll find a couple of examples as to what's going on in the city. Have I ever once put any blame on you specifically as a councillor? No, sir, I have not. As a matter of fact, I'm probably one of your least vocal critics in council, and that's just the way it is. At the same time, I've never publicly called you out. I make a very, very strong attempt to stick to the issues when I do call any other councillor out. But if you're asking for a specific example of what you have done as an individual, I'm actually not going to provide an answer, because I'm here as a nonpartisan citizen, and I'm not here to point any fingers on anybody, including you, except for council as a whole. So I'm not going to play that partisan political game.
Any other questions? No. Okay. Councillor Fuller, any questions for the delegation?
Well, I just wanted to point out his statement with regards to only taking citizens from Nanaimo. Is Leduc, Alberta, part of Nanaimo at this point?
I don't believe it is.
And that's one of the people that signed your petition from Leduc, Alberta.
I didn't read the many comments. I'm not really sure what you're referring to or where you're going with this.
Well, you stated that you only accepted petition signers from the city of Nanaimo.
Absolutely, you're absolutely correct.
So
Councillor
there are
Fuller,
other ones. I'm not
I do apologize
I'm not
for
saying
not
that you
clarifying.
didn't get 350 signers.
Councillor, let the delegation.
I apologize for not pointing out that 1 out of 350 signatures that was not in Nanaimo, British Columbia. I apologize, Councillor Fuller.
I will find you some more then.
Okay.
That
I don't
was the
see
first
any other
five.
questions. Thank you, sir. The next delegation is Mr. Terry Lee Wager.
Thank you. I'm asking that you do not accept this petition or this resolution or whatever the heck it is that Matt was talking about as a serious statement as to what the citizens of Nanaimo necessarily believe, because I'm also a citizen of Nanaimo, and I don't consider myself to be partisan, and I don't think that you guys are doing that terrible of a job for the most part. There's obviously been some problems in the past, but I don't think that I could blame the whole council for it and demand that you do anything about it as a whole, because it's only been a few individuals. And I'm not afraid to name the individuals. I think that basically it starts with the mayor, who at the very beginning was asked by 7 of the council members, with the exception of
Sir, I would ask that
to resign.
Sir, I would ask that you be respectful of all members of this council.
Am I saying something that is not true?
I would ask that you be respectful of all members of this council, sir.
Okay, I think I am being respectful. I'm stating some facts that you were asked to resign by this council. Is that not respectful? That is the very first instance of conduct from this council that I can remember being a point of civil concern in Nanaimo with the public. There was a big foofara about how the mayor had said some things about various council members. And there was a bunch of upset about it. So it sort of went downhill from there. And then after that, there was a big thing with, what was it? Councillor Kipp, who is not here tonight, unfortunately. But Councillor Kipp had a bit of a disagreement with former Councillor Pratt one night. And there was a big foofara about that. And a lot of people were saying that, various things about that. So there's 2 people that were involved in an incident that was poor conduct. That's 2. So we're up to 3 now. And then after that, there was nothing much that I can think of in terms of terrible conduct from any of you, except for perhaps there was one time when, again, unfortunately, I wish Jim Kipp was here, but a citizen was at his podium here, a female, and I'm not sure if I should name her, so I won't. But her and the councillor had a bit of a disagreement, and afterwards there was some discussion about whether or not he treated her properly. So, again, this is one individual that was involved. And then after that, I don't remember anything personally. Maybe somebody else might, but I don't. Until recently, with the thing that hit the press about the chief executive or the chief, our CAO, Tracy Samra, who apparently said something into a closed meeting or something, and it was heard by the public. So that brought to light a bunch of things that had happened with our city manager, Ms. Samra, and basically what I'm getting at is that just brings us back to square one, because as we all know, because of the wonders of social media, our city manager was hired under a bit of a cloud. Certain people thought that she shouldn't have been hired, and specifically our mayor spoke against having her hired. And there's been like a constant war, I guess. Everybody knows about it, but nobody's talking about it publicly from you guys. There's been a war ever since between the mayor and our city manager. So, and now our city manager is not here because she's on leave after something that happened. And what happened was she was assaulted by a former councillor. And our mayor of the day, is on record in the media saying that you don't even consider what happened to her to be an assault. So, I consider that egregious conduct from our mayor. A city councillor attacked our city manager, and our mayor is saying that he doesn't consider that to even be an assault. So these are the things that I see as bad conduct, but one other thing, Councillor Fuller said, bite me. But again, it was in relation to our mayor, who had been delaying a meeting when our other speaker tonight, Matthew O'Donnell, wanted to speak. Of course, he wasn't there, but other people were going to speak on his behalf. And the mayor delayed proceedings effectively so that that didn't happen. And our councillor over here, Mr. Fuller, he got upset and said something inappropriate. So it occurs to me that, as far as conduct goes in the public, Councillor Hong is pretty much innocent. Councillor Yoakum is pretty much innocent. Councillor Brennan has never done anything to my knowledge in public. Ian Thorpe, it participated perhaps in inappropriate release of confidential material, but he apologized for it. So I have no complaints with his conduct. Councillor Armstrong, well, she's new on the job. So we can't blame her for any of it. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't think that the citizen resolution is fair because it encompasses all of you when in actual fact only a few of you have ever been a problem. And the worst problem of all is our mayor. So it occurs to me that, it's just not fair to accept this as a condemnation of all of you. And also, I'm just not in favor of the threat inherent in it. It seems offensive to me to threaten all of you because of a few of you have misbehaved. So that's my feelings on the subject. I think that overall, since former Councillor Pratt has left, the conduct has been much better. I sense that people are getting along better on council, and I don't really have a lot of complaints with the way conduct has been going for the last few months, with the exception of our mayor's public statements about no assault. Other than that, I think you guys are doing a pretty good job, and I would like to see that continue for the next 15 months, with the exception of having our mayor. I would ask that you resign because of your continued, lack of ability to get along with our First Nation neighbors. Mr. Naimak, you left one of their meetings when they were having their election. They were upset about that. Now you say that a First Nations lady was not assaulted, when we all know she was. I think that it's your behavior that is the cancer behind all of this controversy, and I very respectfully ask, that you please do us a favor and immediately quit your job and go off into the distance and never come back. Thank you. I'm finished. I'm assuming.
Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next delegation, Sydney Robertson. Ms. Robertson, I have to apologize to you. I see your name a million times. To get it mixed up like that.
You got the first name right, and most people don't, so that's all right.
Thank you.
Good evening. Sydney Robertson, Nanaimo. I'm here tonight because I want to tell you why I think a code of conduct is important. We've heard members of council say that it's just a piece of paper. It's a muzzle. It's not law. It's not necessary. It's like military law in Thailand. I don't need a paper to tell me how to behave. The list goes on. So I'm here to tell you tonight that that piece of paper does matter to me. My paycheck is a meaningful piece of paper. My wedding vows, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, our city's old school council minutes, the Bible, my daughter's first drawings are all meaningful pieces of paper. Symbols matter. Here in this chamber, you all observe protocols that are purely symbolic. Through you to staff is a purely symbolic practice. Addressing people in this chamber by their surnames is a symbolic practice. The seating order at this table is a symbolic practice. I believe that signing a code of conduct is a meaningful symbol, or it should be. I also believe that not signing a code of conduct is very meaningful. When all we hear are your excuses for not signing, you send a message, and that message is clearly received. For those of you who feel that councillors don't need a piece of paper to tell them how to behave, I'd ask, how's that working out for you? Because I don't think it's working well. I care about how you conduct yourselves. I would care how my government behaves, even if they were super productive and our city was barreling along and putting every other city to shame with our progress and our innovation. But that's not happening, not by a long shot. The conduct in and around our council meetings is burning our city business into ashes. Our pride of place is horribly damaged. Our sense of community is torn. The time and the money that has been spent on trying to get a group of people to simply behave like sensible adults is mind-boggling. The efforts to improve that have been wasted by scuttling and personal vendettas, and that's incredibly frustrating. The reputation of our city stretches far, far beyond our borders, and it is not currently a good reputation. We may never be able to quantify what that negative reputation is costing us, but I have no doubt there is a significant cost. I don't understand how anyone can continue to argue that conduct is not getting in the way of city business. You can go ahead and stick to that argument, some of you, but trust me, it makes you appear ridiculous or out of touch or stubborn or all of the above. So moving forward, sign the code, don't sign the code. I would love to be surprised by some of you, but I think I already know what will happen on that. But I hope that every single one of you will find a way to demonstrate a personal resolve to conduct yourself better. I am not asking you to point fingers at your colleagues' behavior, but to monitor and take responsibility for your own. Many jobs carry an expectation to conduct yourself properly, even when other people don't. Police officers, hospital staff, teachers, they all know this. They know it can be challenging and frustrating to conduct yourself properly when others are not behaving respectfully, and they do it anyway. If you're not able to do that, you are in the wrong job. Because appropriate behavior is just the baseline. Professional conduct is not my highest expectation for an elected representative. It's not optional. It's the baseline. It's the floor. It's not even Council 101. It's Council Prep School. The first rule, the most basic expectation, is to behave yourself. I hold your elected office in high regard, and I would like some indication that you hold your own office and that of each of your colleagues in high regard. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no questions. Thank you. So the next item of business will be the other two emails, number 3 and 4, for receipt. Do I move or in a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Thorpe. Seconded by Councillor Hahn. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Yocum.
Just want to touch quickly on all the speakers and the well-spoken. And just wanted to touch on a comment through some personal experience. Somehow, some way, somehow we got to come together and do, and change some of the patterns. I'm not going to sit here and point fingers like the last speaker just said. I can point some fingers at myself at times, and if I offend anybody, no, it wasn't intended. I like to hold myself in high regard and conduct the best I can. There's some very passionate issues over the last 3 years. Some things I wish had never happened about myself and been said about myself. But the point I want to make is, never mind that stuff. I want to talk about the city healing. And I think we've gone backwards. Not amongst our behaviors about each other, but the most recent subject about reconciliation and healing. It's much bigger than us. This whole situation is bigger than us. And I'm really upset, being disturbed coming from both worlds. And I'm not putting blame on anyone tonight. I want to be part of the solution and not the blame. It's easy to sit and blame and how horrible Bill Yoakum is and blog how horrible Bill Yoakum is. That's easy. But let's be solution focused as a community. I came from a community when I was in council for 15 years at Nanaimo. I first got on in 2002 when the energy was like this room, the two Nanaimos. It was a treaty process, and the city was very involved, by the way. It was actually a city rep that had, in my view, an assault on a provincial rep. So that's pretty vested. But that's another subject. Anyways, and that's fact. So the treaty divided Nanaimo in my community, where today the effects sort of ripple. So do the math from 07 to or 02 to now. So we're talking 15 plus years. And whether people want to say it's the event center, or people don't want to progress down the waterfront, or so and so like this, but then like that. Tonight it'll be some people like garbage, some didn't. We got to come together, and we're not all going to agree on decisions like that. But most are done with an intent, or a vision, and some may not agree with it. So what my fear is that Nanaimo coming together, getting so divided more it is, where it does nobody no good. And all the speakers were well spoken this evening. Yeah, we should, and we expect to be better. And we have to be better. And some of us are committed to being better. And I'm paralleling the two because they're the same energies. It's horrible going out in the city where I'm raised and born and plan on dying, where you can't go to the mall because of some fabricated Fab 5 nonsense where there's no such thing. And some people obviously get off on that and creating harm. It's really upsetting. I'm not here to be election. I'm just talking about my experience in the past. And I want to ensure the city, for 15 months, we come together in some way, shape, or form. Are we going to be best friends? Absolutely not. But can we work together? For sure. And we have to. We have no choice. I agree. The citizens, whoever else spoke, deserve it. And people watching and deserve it. And city business is getting conducted. Unfortunately, it's shadowed by nonsense. It's so overshadowed by nonsense where it's unfortunate. So, did I sign one of those? No. Do I need a signature? If it's going to please people, sure. But that won't mean, but it means to me how I'm going to behave and conduct myself as I do in my professional world with an unbelievable agency I'm fortunate to run. So, and fathering my two children. So I'm sort of wandering here. But I want, for us to come together, we got to come together as one. It's not just us 9, it's the city as one. Sure, we're not going to agree on the waterfront or any other projects, but that's fine. That's life and that's politics. But we got to work together as one. And I don't want us to be divided like I witnessed, unfortunately, 15 years ago, where the community is just still not quite healed. So I'm going to share those few words. And look forward to governing and hopefully getting to where we want to be in 15 months. Thank you, HiSEPCA.
Thank you, Councillor Fuller.
Yeah, I appreciate when citizens get involved. I've been involved for almost 20 years, coming to council, appearing as delegations on numerous subjects, so I really do appreciate that. But it's good to have information as well. And we have no code of conduct. What we have is roles and responsibilities. And they are based on the community charter. I've got them right here. City of Nanaimo, role of mayor, you sign it. City of Nanaimo, role of council, you sign it. It has the community charter. It's got a preamble. It talks about fulfilling his or her role. And then it talks about how to chair meetings, relations with staff, conflicts of interest. These are all outlined in the community charter as well, which, when we sign our oath of office, is based on the community charter. So when we sign our oath of office, we're agreeing to these things. Now, there's also consequences of breaches of performance expectations. So when a code of conduct is signed, and that's your oath of office, and someone breaches it, do we not have consequences? The sad thing is, we do have consequences, but those consequences, as set out by the community charter, really have no teeth. So my suggestion would be for the community, the next step for the community and every community in BC is to get the province of BC to change the community charter. Give it more teeth for those consequences. The other sad thing about the consequences not having much teeth, if you want to enforce consequences, it takes legal opinions. Legal opinions cost money. I hate spending money on lawyers because do you know how hard it is to get a lawyer to commit to anything nowadays? It's extremely hard. They will not say one thing is categorically one way or the other. It's extremely difficult. And so we go through a process, and the process we are going through right now is set out in our roles and responsibilities, aka our code of conduct. So we're doing that. I signed an oath of office. I did not sign the code of conduct because I signed it when I signed my oath of office, which our code of conduct or our roles and responsibilities are based on. So in essence, I would be signing the same thing twice. But if we really want to make an impact, and I do understand there's some stuff going to the UBCM regarding an integrity commission, hopefully it's better than another integrity thing that I've heard about. But I've seen the people that are involved in this, and it looks good. Their report looks good, and that needs to be supported. But we also need to get out as a community, as a whole, and as a council, and ask our government, which is a new government, to make changes to the community charter that actually give it some teeth, where there are ramifications for behaviors. Because right now, the ramifications are slim to none. And that leaves it up to voting at the next election. That's your ramification at this point in time. I appreciate people getting involved. Social media has become a place for people to complain. It's unfortunate. It would be nice to have a place of respectful back and forth, but that's not happening. And social media has become our news. But not everybody in the community is on social media. We have a population of 90,000 people. They're not all on social media. And yes, I hear people complain about my behavior. But then I go to the local mall, which Councillor Yoakum refuses to do, and I get told by checkout people to keep it real. Do what I'm doing. Keep it real. You're not a politician. We don't want you to be a politician. You don't come off as a politician. And don't do that, because then we will not respect you and we will not vote for you. So it works both ways. I signed an oath of office. We're working on some stuff and have been for a number of months right now, and we'll continue working on it. We are getting city business done. It is moving forward. I defy anybody to come up with something that hasn't moved forward. Everything comes. You pull up an agenda, we deal with it. We determine priorities. We're moving forward on them. We may not like the priorities, but as a council, if you want us to respect each other and to act like adults, then we would respect the will of council, and that is the majority. It's fairly simple in that respect. So keep up the good work, keep up the protests, keep up the petitions. I hear there's another one that has over almost 1,500 signatures right now. So yeah, keep them going. I mean, it's all good, people getting involved, and that's what it's about. Get involved.
Yep, Councillor Armstrong.
I just wanted to say, there was a comment made about business not getting done, but we have excellent staff. The staff here are excellent. You've seen the work that's being done by them. The work is being done by the staff, and I don't want them to be hurt by this because they're doing excellent work. And I just want to acknowledge that because I think they get forgotten about. A lot of the work is done by the staff, and then we make the decisions based on the staff reports. And you see those reports are coming in on a regular basis. So I just want to make sure that you as a citizens know the staff are doing their jobs, and they're trying very hard to keep the city running, and we're trying our best to do that as well. Thank you.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I think all of my colleagues here have said some bits that are very important. And even though I didn't sign that code of conduct, I still hold myself to a level of conduct that's whether I've signed it or not. If some feel that it is something that's that important, it's just a piece of paper to me. I sign lots of pieces of paper. And I'm going to uphold my conduct to the best of my ability. And if I do make a mistake, and I do sometimes, I will apologize, and I appreciate the public and calling me out on those situations, which they deserve an apology. And that's the best that I can do for my conduct. Whether I sign that or not, it's proven to the public that that's what I've done. I don't need to sign a piece of paper. That's just me. So if it helps, if people think that that's what we need to move forward, I don't have a problem signing it, but I think they're mistaken. There's a lot of other things that are in play that we still need to deal with. Business is getting conducted. Look how long we're here for. Look at the agenda items. We're not doing business. We are moving the business of the city forward, and we continue to do so. So I can't remember, this is like the most meetings we've ever had in a summer. This is amazing. We used to take breaks left, right, and center in the summer. So we are moving the city forward. And if the people think we need to sign something, but I think one of them pointed out, that code of conduct isn't for me to watch what you guys are doing. I expect you guys to follow your own code of conduct. And I think that's what they said, is it's for yourself to be perceived by the public to a higher standard. And I think we all personally do that to our own standard already. So that is why I didn't sign it the first time. I know my standard. I'll hold myself to that. Thank you.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I felt compelled to, based on some of the comments that were made. The oath of office is not the same as signing declaring that you have read the community charter and you've understood it. It's very different. The community charter is very comprehensive. It includes the roles and responsibilities of the mayor and councillors. It was a document that was created by the previous council, and while I voted against it in its initial form, I voted against it for my own reasons. However, it was the will of the previous council that this council sign upon inauguration that they acknowledge and understand the council charter. It was the will of that council. So when it was presented to me in January of 2015, I signed it, as did other councillors. When it came back up again in August of 2015, it was presented to council. Members of council still refused to sign it. It was the will of the previous council. And if you don't like the will of the previous council, then I would suggest that in the near future, we put forward a motion to rescind it. We talk about the will of council and how you have to follow the will of council. And I've been criticized for not following the will of council. Well, I followed the will of the previous council. Tonight, we were given an ultimatum and by the author of the petition. I took the petition serious. It said that if we didn't sign it tonight, that further action would be taken. I signed it today. It's dated today. Nobody else needs to sign it, but I did, because I believe in it. And it's not just a piece of paper. The number of people that sign contracts every single day demanding that it has an out clause because they don't want to uphold the contract, always give me an out clause. I don't need to sign that paper. My marriage license means nothing to me. The contract I enter into with you means nothing to me. Well, it means something to me. So I signed it. And I'll continue to do that, to try to uphold it. If nobody else wants to sign it, fine. But it was the will of the previous council, and what I would suggest you do, if you don't like the will of the previous council, then rescind it. Get rid of it. Thank you. Okay, next item. Notice of motion. From Councillor Fuller regarding the southern portion of the Greater Nanaimo Waterless District lands. Before we get into the motion, we have 3 delegations. The first one is Mr. Robert Fuller. Councillor,
where do we have delegations on notice of motion?
Shouldn't have delegation on motion.
Mr. Chair, just one clarification procedurally. Do we take delegations on a notice of motion?
Pardon me, sorry?
Do we take delegations on a notice of motion?
Yeah.
The fact was that at last meeting it was a notice of motion. It should be a motion.
Oh, so today is for discussion? Okay, all right.
So tonight's a motion. All right, thank you. Good catch. Mr. Fuller, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. I'm extremely pleased to see this notice of motion or motion on the part of Councillor Fuller being placed before Council this evening. And speaking for myself and the folk in the community I've had conversations with, I endorse its content and merit. Thinking back to June 19th of this year, when Council approved to join the Coastal Douglas Fir and Associated Ecosystems Conservation Partnership, this motion tonight clearly fulfills your commitment in not only talking the talk, but walking the walk in the importance of protecting the biodiversity of what remains of our coastal Douglas fir ecosystems. Hopefully, if and when this motion passes, it will encourage other municipalities to take notice of how highly our city takes its responsibility that while we develop and grow, we are also willing to preserve, protect, and enhance the community's biological diversity and maintain and set aside for future generations areas that are at risk of being lost forever. Long after we are gone, and our children and their children are still here, they will be able to look upon these lands, the Greater Nanaimo Water District lands, with reverence and pride in perhaps knowing how forward-thinking their forebears were. Parts have names, and hoping I am not a bit forward, I would like to ask this council that when the time comes and this motion passes, that these lands simply be added to Colliery Downs Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Fuller, Council? All right. Do I take a move to accept the delegation or wait till we're done? Motion to receive. Councilor Armstrong, second by Councilor Brennan. I think your hand went up. Okay. All in favor? All right. Next, Mr. T, like he had a nickname, Mr. Terry Lee Wager. 10 minutes, sir. If
Thank
you need
You'll
it.
be glad to know I don't need 10 minutes.
Okay. That was my hint.
I just want to say that the Colliery Dam situation has been ongoing since you guys were all, facing election as this council. And every one of you, as far as I remember, were all in favor of preserving the dams during the last election process. And also, every one of you, with the exception of Councillor Armstrong, of course, voted unanimously to cave in to Victoria and put in that huge gash up there, which you still haven't told us what it cost. But I'm guessing at about $10 million. But in any case, this thing's been going on ever since you guys all got elected as this council. And now we've got a situation where you have an opportunity to add some more lands to that park. And I really hope that you do. It will contribute to a positive legacy for you all as a council, and it will be enjoyed by countless generations in the future. Nanaimo's going to continue to grow. Eventually, that area will be surrounded by houses, I have no doubt. And there'd be a huge park right in the middle of the city, which would be wonderful. There's many cities on this planet that would just love to have a huge park right in the middle of their city. So why not? The land is there. We already own it. We don't have to buy it. All we have to do is change the name on it, sign a few pieces of paper. Some of them are important. In any case, I really hope that you do. And once I'm confident that you will. And once you do, I would like to add a suggestion that perhaps you would consider setting aside a small piece of the new park, maybe perhaps just a tiny little sliver for tiny little homes, gnome homes, and in honor of the contribution of Robert Fuller to the ongoing process of getting these lands into the Colliery Dam, I would suggest that we call it Fuller Estates and designate it as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for
Terry?
Mr. Wager? Question, please.
I have a question for you. I seem to recall about a year or two ago I talked about this tree that had two little doors attached to it and the possibility of purchasing.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I seem to recall a couple of years ago I talked to you about this tree that had two little doorknobs attached to it. It looks like little doors, sort of like gnome homes. And I mentioned to you the possibility of picking some stuff up to actually create these gnome homes, and you were adamantly opposed to it. I'm glad to see you've changed your mind.
Yes, well, I've evolved. 2 years is enough time to grow. I hope that you have all grown the last couple of years too. I've decided that I can forgive you all for, putting that gash up there if you give us a park. And I'm pretty sure that there's many people that are like me, that there's a resentment amongst a lot of people because you voted unanimously to cave into Victoria instead of standing up to them like some of us wanted. And there's a huge opportunity here to make up for that. Give us that park, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, the next delegation is Mr. Terry Weens. Can you reach that microphone there by chance?
I can't.
Is it on?
Wheelchair, and then my retirement is taken care of. I'm sure you have liability insurance. My name's Terry Weens. I live here in Nanaimo. Now I live in Nanaimo. I've been here for about 3 years. I think the last time I was here was 3 years ago and was regaled by Mr. Yoakum on his trip to a restaurant in Turkey. At that point, I was talking about access. Today, I'm talking about access. Colliery Dam has become a pretty important place to me, too, as a place to go. Parks, I was surprised to hear the mayor. Some time ago, I believe I heard you saying, Mayor McKay, that there was about 400 parks. You found it surprising, and so did I, that there's about 400 parks in Nanaimo, and only 4 of them are accessible. I believe that was the figure I heard. Last year in June, I spent a lot of time at Colliery Park. The only time I ever get a chance to see it is through the pictures that Gord posts. It would be nice to be able to go out and enjoy some of these parks, but they're not all that accessible. So I'm hoping when this motion passes, I'm assuming it's going to pass, I'm hoping it passes, that the city will be looking at the future development of this and the corrections to the current Colliery Dam Park as far as accessibility. I don't know how this happened. This was never my intention. I'm getting more and more calls from parents with disabled kids who are getting tired about not having a park they can take their child in a wheelchair to. I just finished dealing with a mother who was upset because her 14-year-old son couldn't go with his scout troop because the park they were going to, Newcastle, the campground, the campground was accessible, the ferry over wasn't. I'm hoping when you guys develop things in the city from now on, access is not a nice thing to do. Access is something that's required under the Charter, under the Constitution. It's not something we add on later on. So when you're planning this, I'm hoping you're planning access in conjunction with. The feds use what's called an access lens. The province used to use an access lens. God knows, I'm pretty sure Christie threw that out in a hurry because it was inconvenient. But there are tools that you can use to measure access. Access isn't just about ramps. When I was here 3 years ago, I asked about something as simple as access, like closed captioning on your meetings. You know, you need to start incorporating the whole, this is my personal thing, the whole concept of access into your planning on everything you do. This year I'm aware of 29 kids that graduated out of the schools between Ladysmith up to Parksville in wheelchairs on crutches that would have no place to live in this city because there's no accessible apartments for them. And I can guarantee you if there's no accessible apartments, they're not going to find a job that's accessible either. I don't care. I'm closer to the satin inside my box than I am to starting a new job. But we have a whole younger generation of kids with disabilities that need every break that I ever had. And I've worked all my life. I've never been on any type of programs. There's this fantasy out there that we all get programs. So these parks, I was talking with a new priest who's recently moved here with the Greek Orthodox Church who has 3 kids and a daughter in a wheelchair and 2 cute little blonde. They were just really cute little kids, but the mother was saying, I can't go to a park here with my 3 kids because my daughter's in a wheelchair. She was 9 and she thought it was so good to talk to somebody, an older man in a wheelchair. Well, when a 9-year-old kid in a wheelchair is flirting with the older guy in the wheelchair, you got to watch, who's watching you. But she was quite cognizant. She had no developmental. She just wanted to go out and do things, but Mom was saying, I don't feel safe going to a park, having to leave her alone while I chase the 2 little ones. So I'm hoping if this motion goes through, that there's going to be some thought put into access for everybody, as Mr. Fuller mentioned, access for my grandkids as well, and my grandchild just turned 7 years old. So I want to see more action taken on access in this city. I sent the city a link for federal 150s money for access that closed July 23rd. Would have more than covered the cost of the few changes that could have been done at the Colliery Dam Park to make it fully accessible. I went to Divers Lake the other day. Table was nice, no disabled parking spots in the parking lot there, and no bathroom I could use. Little things like this. Colliery Park, no designated disabled parking spot. It goes on and on. So I like the parks. I come from Calgary. We have some nice parks in downtown, including Prince's Island, which is a great place. St. George's Island, which used to be a great place. Now it's an overpriced zoo. But it's nice to have that green space downtown. This town is growing. It's not a town anymore. This is where this is a city now. We don't need town thinking anymore. This is a city. I want to see these types of things accessible for everybody. I want to know that my son can take his grandfather in a wheelchair when I start to lose the few marbles I do have, so that, and he's big enough and strapping enough to push me, because I'll be too lazy to push myself by then, but that he can take me, or that some grandparent can attend a family outing with their kids on her walker, or some family with a student in a wheelchair or with crutches can take that child with them when they go to a park. So I applaud this making a larger park, but I hope it's all as open to everybody in the city as the dog walker or the woman on her scooter that just about ran me down in that park. Anyway, that's all I had to say. It's an access issue. And again, access isn't a nice thing. It's something that's legislated. You talk about the community charter. The Constitution is primacy law. Community charter is tertiary law. Primacy comes first. Thank you. Any questions?
I see none, sir. Thank you very much. We require a motion to go beyond the hour of 11. Is there a seconder? Moved by Councillor Hong, seconded by Councillor Fuller. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. So we've had our three speakers, so now Councillor Fuller, your motion.
So I will move numbers 1 and 2. 1, that Council directs staff to amend the proposed land use designations for 801, 1150, and 1151 Nanaimo Lakes Road by designating properties except the specific lands under negotiation for lease with the City of Nanaimo Search and Rescue and the reservoir proper as park and open space as shown on the attached schedule titled Attachment A, map showing proposed land use designations. And that's the one that's up there now. And I thank staff for doing that. I had fun coloring in little things. And 2, that Council directs staff to proceed with the designation of park and open space lands as shown on the amended schedule, including amendments to the official community plan, zoning bylaw, and the preparation of a park dedication bylaw.
Second. Moved by Councillor Fuller and seconded by Councillor Beswick. Discussion. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. If I'm not mistaken, I remember that this was a property that SFN wanted to talk about with their list, if I'm not mistaken. Have we consulted with them?
Your Worship, through the planning phase of this project, there was conversations between staff and SFN, yes.
Councillor Fuller.
Oh, I kind of lost what I was going to say here. Oh, yeah, I know what I was going to say. Mr. Wager brought up an important thing. Large park within the City of Nanaimo. The City of Nanaimo, if we pass this, will actually have 2 large parks in the City of Nanaimo. Lindley Valley and Colliery Park with whatever this is called, whether it goes as part of Colliery Park or we give it a new name, whatever we decide. But that is a phenomenal asset to any community to have parks of this size. And I totally agree with Mr. Weens. We may need to make them as accessible as possible for everyone. And there are spots there that can be very easily made accessible to people in wheelchairs, with crutches. Some may be harder than others, but you need to make things as accessible as possible. And I believe this is a great park to start that with. I know they are putting in parking at the Colliery Dam, the lower one, so they will be putting in the spaces. But we can get this one done right from the get-go. So I will definitely be supporting my motion.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Mr. Lindsay if we have consultation planned for this?
Your Worship, I think it was July 11th, if I recall, that we were in front of council. And at that time, the recommendation was to dedicate the portion north of the parkway to be park, and council at that time proceeded with that. The second part of that motion was that there was a conceptual land use plan that was put together based on the input we received through the public engagement phase, and that we were to go back out to the community this fall to receive input on that land use concept. So that was the intent. I think if council passed this motion, that would change.
That would change.
Well, I think the intent of going back out to get public consultation was to ultimately get council's direction on what to do with the lands. Mm-hmm. If council passed the proposed motion and provided direction to make it all park, I think that direction's been provided, and there's no further consultation that we would be seeking.
Okay, because that troubles me in that a couple of months ago, perhaps a month ago, I guess, that we told the community we would consult with them on what this might look like. And we are now substituting our own ideas on what it might look like without the benefit of consulting with the people. That troubles me quite a bit. I, in the end, have actually no hesitation in believing this is likely to elicit a response from the community that yes, we want that to be park. But I want to have a conversation with them. I want to know what people think it should look like. I think that when we consult, we get really good ideas on the accessibility issues that we will face there. I think if we don't consult, we miss the opportunity to find out from people just what it is that they value in a park and how this park might meet those kinds of ideas and hopes that and aspirations that they have for their park. So I am really hesitant to go ahead after having said to the community, we want to consult with you and hear what you want that to be. And then for us, without having talked to the community, without having broached conversation to say, well, we probably don't even need to talk to you. This is such a good idea that we probably don't need to talk to you, so we won't. I think that's a mistake. I think the community needs to be able to trust the things we tell them. And so I won't support designating this as a park without that initial consultation.
Councillor Fuller.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did we not have consultation on this portion at one point? And that is how you came up with what was in the other conceptual map that we use. And also with the zoning bylaw, there is a portion of that zoning bylaw where people can come to speak with regards to the zoning as well. And we do this all the time. We move zoning things and people come and speak. And sometimes we do change our mind. And certainly we may get some really great ideas from that public consultation as well. I think we'll get some really great ideas. And once this becomes park, we can even ask for more great ideas. So, yeah. As I say, I think we've had some public consultation, not a huge amount. I still say 123 people signing us doing a survey is kind of small, but that's the number of people that did it. But I believe we have had that consultation, and I believe the opportunity exists for more.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
I just want to echo what Constable Brennan said. At the meeting, we did say that there would be, or I wasn't there at the time, but I listened, that there would be further consultation. And, you know, we heard from Mr. Boland earlier how he never got the consultation piece that he would like into something. So, you know, I'd like to have the consultation piece myself before I vote on it as well. Thank you.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. To my recollection, when we defeated the open space park designation, it was on the premise that we were going to carve out a piece as a sliver for housing, and that we kind of riled the troops, if you will, that participated in the public forums and the open houses, because they told us in those open houses what they wanted us to do, and that was make it park and open space officially. And then we chose not to. So what we're being asked to do right now is to designate it officially as parks and open space. We can always, and I assume that we will, go out to the community and say, okay, now that it's parks and open space, we'd like to engage you in what you would like it to look like, or not. Because we're not here today to say what we want it to look like. We're here to vote on whether or not we're going to put it officially into the Parks and Open Space designation. And I'm sure there's going to be conversations about what that looks like. Is it a nature park? Is it more trails? What is it going to look like in the future? And then we'll go back for more public consultation about what you would like it to look like. Right now, we're just voting on whether or not to put it officially into the Parks and Open Space. And if it's something different than that, please correct me. Thank you.
Councillor Hong.
Just wanted some clarification on what Councillor Fuller said. So is the north portion now officially park? Have we done all the bylaws and all the readings yet?
Your Worship, the north portion, I think it was just recently considered by Council. I don't recall the exact date, but it was in July where you reconsidered that decision and ultimately provided direction to staff to proceed because it's already designated. The north portion is already designated in the OCP as park, so the direction was for zoning and actually bring forward a parks bylaw. So those have not yet been considered by Council, so we'll have two separate bylaws coming forward on that. And then on this portion, the portion south of the parkway, if this motion passed, we'd be bringing forward, in addition to those two bylaws, an OCP amendment for these lands.
Okay, so this lower portion would need an OCP amendment. The northern portion didn't because it was already designated. So this process, I'm trying to get to how long this process before we get to, the official community plan. We have to do that step first and then pass that, then move on to bylaws and such, right? Because my biggest concern is if SNAMO comes to us and say, you didn't consult with us, why did you do this? Because that's what we've been getting hit with. Without proper consultation, well, we can say, well, this is our first step. This isn't going to happen. We're going to consult. We want to know what you think, but this is our plan. So is it the chicken before the egg before the chicken? How are we doing this? Because I want to be respectful that we are consulting with all the stakeholders that we should be consulting with. Can we do this right now and still change it if things arise? Or are we stuck? Are we in a path that we can't change? That's where I need some information on.
Your Worship, I would suggest that if you adopt the motion before you this evening, it certainly puts the wheels in motion. And as I think Councillor Fuller mentioned, the amendment bylaws would come forward. They would go through their process, which would include a public hearing and ultimately require Council to consider those bylaws. So that there's nothing in place until those bylaws are adopted, but this motion certainly sets us on a path of bringing those bylaws forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So for myself, it's the first time speaking on this one, I cannot support this, and the reason I can't is because I can't understand what the hurry is. What's the hurry? We're not doing anything with it. We're talking about leasing a couple of pieces of property out to search and rescue and so on. Not doing anything else with it. What's the hurry? What's the voracious appetite to get so much more parkland in Nanaimo? We can't afford to look after what we got. Is anybody asking the question of Mr. Harding, how much more money do we need to give you in order to operate what we're building and what we're buying and what we're dedicating? Parks, they said to me the other day, somebody from Parks said the other day, Jesus, Stevie Smith Bike Park's great, love it. Council hasn't given me any money to look after it. No money to look after it. We used to have, we built a park a number of years ago, Maffeo Sutton, Swilana Lagoon. It was great. It was designed to do certain things. The water features were supposed to do certain things. There's supposed to be water that's supposed to fall over those walls. Because there was a $150,000 potential cost to fix the pumps, we didn't fix the pumps. No money for it. Let's plant them in. Let's plant gardens instead. We agreed to do that park because it had a certain design to it. Now, because we don't have the money to look after it, we're changing the design. We're altering the purpose. Caledonia Park finally got some money spent on it. The fans down there are still waiting for the roof over the stands. There's no money for that. We just spent $4.1 million buying NDSS property. Next thing you know, we're going to put in a football field, a CFL-sized football field. There'll be lights, turf field, no stands, no washrooms, no change rooms. Nobody to look after it. Nobody to look after any of that stuff. We gotta stop doing this. This thing's going nowhere. It's not going anywhere. But once we dedicate it as a park, you heard the gentleman tonight. He wants it accessible. None of our parks are accessible, or virtually none of them are accessible. There's a big pill, folks. That's a lot of work to do. You can't get a wheelchair down to the beach at Departure Bay. Would love to be able to. That's something we need to address. But if we get this voracious appetite to go out and get more land that we can't afford to look after. If council was willing to say, we want to create X number of parks, and we want to build more facilities, then I'm fine with that. As long as we give appropriate budget to look after them. We're not doing that. We're just out there getting more. We didn't put any money to annual maintenance up at Lindley Valley when we bought all that land up there. We got some money to put some trails and stuff in, rudimentary as they might be. They certainly won't be accessible. But let's go get some more. There's already a move to buy more land up and save more land up in Lindley Valley. The only answer to that is for us to buy it. Next thing you know, Cable Bay, they're going to want to develop it. And the next thing you know, you're going to have people saying, you need to buy it as parkland. Okay, I'm fine with that. But what are we doing to look after it? Some of the facilities that we've got are pretty old and tired. We talked about putting new bathrooms down at Maffeo Sutton Park 10 years ago. We're still waiting. Can't afford it. But we're going to go and get more. Can't support it. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Well, we own the property, and it's already designated. It's just not in the official community plan. And in terms of what does it cost us today, something that we already own in its natural state to look after is likely minimal. And if we simply put it in as officially into the official community plan as parks and open space, then it's preserved. And we've heard about the Douglas Fort. All that, for all of those reasons, is why the community, when they were consulted at the public consultations, irrespective of how many people showed up, said that that's what they wanted it to remain. The Sir Roxman Stadium, which is totally off topic, but you brought it up, and Rotary Bowl is something that the community has had the greater use of for 50 years. Every kid that played baseball or track in the last 50 years has used those facilities basically for free. And when we were at the opening of the sod turning, I think your words were, this is a no-brainer to purchase this and to redevelop it with a CFL-sized football stadium for these kids in uniform right here. I couldn't agree with you more. Money well spent, investing in our future, because if us as a municipality did not purchase Rotary Bowl and Sir Oxman Stadium and commit to maintaining it and developing it for future generations to use, I don't know where we might be to buy property of that size and scope to replace Sir Oxman Stadium and Rotary Bowl if somebody else bought it and developed it. Because that's what would have happened probably next. Couldn't agree with you more, Caledonia Park. 1960, Joe Cap, punt, pass, and kick, and the field was the same, and the track was the same, and the change rooms were the same. And we've argued and debated about fixing that field, and here we have a half-fixed property. Because it's not a priority. We don't make these things priorities and complete them to the point where we can say, here's our 5-year plan for Caledonia Park, and stick to it so that we can have a roof, so that people aren't boiling on the aluminum seats or freezing when it's cold out. So yeah, we got to be better at what we do with that. The city also took over Bevan Park from the regional district in 1990 because it seemed like the right thing to do at the time. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe they didn't have the money to look after it. Maybe they shouldn't have. Maybe they should have given that to, left it with the RDN. So a lot of things happen, and a lot of things warrant considerations to where the money is going to come from. And I don't think Lindley Valley Properties that we purchased was a bad purchase. I think it was a great purchase. And I think that the investment that we've made there and the value in the investment that we've made there to preserve that ecosystem and the people's passive recreation on trails, we haven't spent very much money up there, hardly at all. I suspect that we would say Neck Point Park wasn't a very good purchase either. So, to whoever made the point earlier that we'll have 2 gems at the south of our city, which will be surrounded as soon as the D&D site is developed, and the surrounding areas, the 92 acres that Councillor Hong wanted us to buy, and somebody will buy it and develop that. It's inevitable. So we'll have a park in the north end and the south end. And I sure hope that we do something with Maffeo Sutton to spruce it up and upgrade it. And it's very frustrating that we haven't. But I'm sure glad we didn't develop it and put the 2 20-story towers on there that a previous administration and council wanted to do. I'm sure glad we didn't do that. So I'm quite comfortable with the consultation that's taken place. I'm quite comfortable with preserving and protecting this sanctuary for what we're attempting to do. And I'm sure that private developers will find much opportunity within the district of the city of Nanaimo in which to develop. Thank you.
Councillor Thorpe.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'll try and keep it brief. Bottom line is I will support this motion. I hear the points about consultation and other concerns, but I think it makes sense to me to add this parkland as a conjunct to Collery Down Park, or call it something different, doesn't matter. I don't see any other viable use for this piece of land, and I think it's worth protecting. But I will say that I think the mayor made some excellent points, and I totally agree with him that we need an increased budget to maintain and enhance the facilities that we have in this city, and I think that should be a priority. And I would love to see nothing better than to see us decide that yes, a priority will be to continue with the Maffeo-Sutton Master Plan and enhance that most beautiful facility, to continue to improve Caledonia Park and complete those improvements with the beautiful natural setting it has there as a stadium, and all of the other parks and all of the other recreational facilities that we have in our city. It does take money, it does take staff, it does take resources, and I think we've been underserving them. But I guess that's a discussion for another day and another budget. So the bottom line for this one is I support this motion as it stands now to move ahead with this parkland. Thank you.
Does council want to carry on with debate, or have they made up their minds where they're going?
I'll get a quick comment, please. Go ahead. I think it's the right thing to do. I absolutely agree with Councillor Thorpe and Councillor Bessick. We got to have a more budget. If we need more budget, we take time like this to discuss this. That's great. I've never heard your concerns around this, so it's great to have this conversation. Wish we had it sooner. But nevertheless, I think we have to do it. It's the right thing to do. It's the just thing to do. And I think it's just like the provincial government today banning bear hunting. This is a perfect fit, and you know what? They're getting a lot of the right side critics are hammering away at them, saying they're going to lose so much money from that. May not, I don't know, but nevertheless, they made the right choice, and this is the right choice. And the city residents of the city and the Nanaimo deserve it, and the residents in the area deserve it, and the residents made it crystal clear during that sliver conversation and before that stuff that what their interests are. So. I'm definitely in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready to call the question? Councillor Brennan?
I just want to say I don't think this is a question of money. It's a question of timing. It's a question of a promise we made to people 1 month ago, that we would consult them. And I would suggest that after consultation, that's the time to turn our mind to park designation. Some of us think we know what people will say, and we may well. But we should consult. And I don't like the idea of putting together a plan and offering it to people and then saying, here, what do you think? Here, look what I thought of. What do you think? We need to talk to people first, develop the plan, then do the park designation. And I don't hesitate to say that it's likely to pass, but there is no hurry. This can be done properly, and that's one of the commitments I think we make when we get on council, is to listen to what people to say, do things properly, even though we in our hearts know that we think this is the right thing to do. We need to listen to what other people have in their hearts and know is the right thing to do.
Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Show Councillors Armstrong, Mayor McKay, and Councillor Brennan opposed. Motion carries. Next item. Other business. Rise and report. Wish to rise and report from the in-camera meeting of August 14th, 2017. Council is moving forward with the Goldner Report recommendations and is awaiting legal advice on the next steps. Next item. Councillor Hong, did you have a...
No.
Nothing? Okay. Other business? Okay. Question period.
So tonight on the delinquent property issue, which got passed, I just have a question. When this, with the cost recovery bylaw 2003, where it says here that to authorize staff to record and charge for municipal service, including police, required to abate the nuisance. Now what happens? So this fellow that was here tonight, that was defending himself, is there a charge now that's been passed? Is there a charge, like is there bylaw costs and RCMP costs all applied to this person?
Mr. McCray.
Through your worship, as Mr. Davidson articulated before, and as Councillor Bestwick had asked, we don't backdate any of these previous infractions. So from today's date, council has declared the property a nuisance. Moving forward, any further calls, requests for service, calls for service that we get that fall under the nuisance connotation, then the individual will be receiving a fee for service for that.
So is there a format for that? Is there like how does that, is it like bylaw costs, RCMP costs?
Through your worship, I'd be more than happy to sit down with Mr. Cake and have this discussion. That's perfectly fine.
Thank you. And just a question, you made a comment, because I'm very involved in the Stevie Smith Bike Park, about the maintenance. Is there a problem for the city to do the maintenance of that park? Because we have a lot of people who would take care of that maintenance.
It was just an example.
No, but it's a poor example. There's a lot of hard work that went into that park.
I understand that.
And I hate to see a negative spin put on a worldwide event that it just happened there. So if there's a problem with the maintenance, Mr. Mayor, just let us know. Like anything in the city, we can get people to volunteer, do the maintenance. The little kids will even come out and do the maintenance. So that's probably not a good example. I'd just like to make that comment.
But it's still an example, sir. Just like the new lacrosse box, just like the redo on the other one, just like everything else we do. We've got folks that are waiting for all kinds of improvements that have been waiting for years. My point was, I love that park. What a great park. Great facilities that we're building. But we must address their future maintenance. And we're not doing that right now, in my view. That's my point.
The maintenance that's been done in those parks, the BMX park and this park, will probably be done by the people that ride there, because they're the ones that know how to do it better than anybody. So in regards to the maintenance costs, when I look at Stevie Smith Park,
I'm not talking about just that park, sir. I'm talking about every park in the city.
So I just don't see it as a good example to use when we're talking about budgets and money in regards to Stevie Smith Bike Park. That's just a comment I wanted to make, because it's a little bit on the passionate side of what just happened in our city. From people coming all over the world to come to that park.
Well,
and at the same time, there's not a lot of maintenance there. They're designed not to have a lot of maintenance. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm very sorry to keep you people, but I can't keep myself from one further question, particularly in view of your discussion of all the participation that, by citizens that you all have indicated you are for, and that is with regard to the garbage trucks. There was absolutely no public participation in that discussion at an official level until tonight. You made a decision in an in-camera meeting back in March, on March 27th of this year, to spend $7.5 million. Somehow it appears that the money, where it was coming from, was not clear. So last Thursday, the Finance and Audit Committee, you passed a $6.2 million motion to come up and make official tonight, which you did. That was the only public participation on that issue that took place. Can citizens take it for granted that in-camera expenditures of that type will continue to take place and that they will not be given the opportunity to discuss their views on $7.5 million or more expenditures? How did that arise? I don't understand the process by which that arose and we got to this state tonight. Can someone describe, is it entirely legal or ethical for council to go into an in-camera meeting and spend people's money without any public discussion?
Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I'll try to answer it. I voted against this, not that I'm against the automation of garbage trucks. This process started 2 years ago, roughly 2 years ago, when we agreed, longer than 2 years before the core review, when we agreed to go with automation. The first consultation with public, we agreed to buy 2 trucks, and that was discussed. We had...
I don't believe that occurred in public.
It did. We had an RFP for 1/3 of the bins then we did a core review, said, hey, you know what, you guys can save some money if you buy everything all together. So we scrapped that tender. The tender was about to be awarded. We had bids. It was presented to us. And actually, I think it was presented, we had a letter from one of the proponents that was against it or something. But there was discussion. So, the implementation was discussed on how they were going to roll out 2 trucks this year, 2 trucks next year, or 16 months, and 2 trucks following that, with the lifespan of the other trucks nearing end of life. So that whole process was discussed. What happened in this process was we just squashed it all. And that was what I did not support. I support automation. I didn't support. So automation was discussed. And we have 2 trucks. So people assume. Yeah.
We had 2 years in which we could have done demonstrations to the public.
Agreed.
We could have convinced them of
Agreed.
the righteousness of that cost. It didn't happen. And so, from that point, people were left with 2 trucks until suddenly, in March 27, we decided to spend $7.5 million on 6 more trucks and 77,000 bins. I realize that's a rhetorical question. I did not expect any other result tonight in your vote because you already committed the funds. You had no alternative, really, that I can see. But unfortunately, you also left the public with no alternative to discuss. I am not necessarily against this program, but I think there are a lot of costs that have not been examined in it. I leave it to your consciences, and I would be happy to hear from any of you about how you feel that as responsible representatives of citizens, you spent $7.5 million on these trucks without anything, but what basically was an increase in WorkSafe BC costs due to, basically, from what I understand, the poor design of trucks that we purchased about 4 years ago and are now going to be basically giving away. I'd be happy to hear from you. Thank you. I don't want to keep you.
Les Barkley, Nanaimo. I was troubled this evening by several of the mayor's comments about our parks. So my question to council and staff, is there a park strategy that guides your decisions to do with the purchase and upkeep of the many parks we have in the city of Nanaimo?
Councillor Bestwick.
I'm certainly not, I don't declare myself to be an expert on your question or the subject matter of your question, but certainly when we purchase or acquire parks, and there's a reason why that we don't accept neighborhood parks in subdivision applications anymore. We can take 5% of the value of the whatever, or we can take the lot on the corner and turn it into a tot lot, and then we have to maintain it. And we've become in the habit of not accepting those corner lots, if you will, for lack of a better description, because of the maintenance of them, and they're not really of significant value to us. So do we have an incremental amount of money if we buy 100 acres and we've got 3,000 acres? Does our monies increase incrementally in some automatic formula? Not to my knowledge, because there's much that we purchase, Buttertubs March, wildflower fields that didn't have any maintenance before we acquired them and won't have any maintenance in all likelihood per se after we've acquired them. So it's kind of a difficult question. Do we, I heard the comment made that we need to maintain and enhance the facilities we have. Could not possibly agree more. And we need to make that a priority. And or replace what we have, because sometimes money fixing up something that we have that's old and tired needs replaced. So many things that we have need replaced. In the evolution of our city, it's 100 years old, stuff's starting to wear out and needs replaced. And our city's twice the size as it was 50 or 60 years ago. So we have to keep up with the times, and that's going to cost money. Do we have a pool of money set aside for maintenance of? I don't think so. I think that that's when the directors of each division come to us with their ask, with their higher service level on an annual basis, and council adjudicates their requests on higher levels of service, on where we're going to allocate the funds on an annual basis. And some departments get higher levels of service from us and some don't, and some get the same, and so on and so forth. But I don't know if I answered your question, but
yeah, it's kind of a macro, longer-term strategy. We have the strategic plan that was put together earlier this year, last year, something like that, but specific to parks.
Yes, we had, but 5 years ago, I don't know that we thought we would be buying Sir Oxman Stadium or Rotary Bowl either. I don't think that was, we were sitting there putting our pennies aside to go, when those properties come available, we're going to buy them. I don't think anybody knew when that was going to happen, or if it was going to happen. And it's something that I don't think that this council, for example, could not have been real serious about purchasing. And assuming it's as an asset, and when we assume that as an asset, we're going to, not unlike when we bought the One Port Drive. We bought the trestle too. That's going to need fixed or demolished, and that's going to be a $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 bill. Did we have the money set aside when we bought that to do that? I don't think so. I think we're going to have to find it.
Well, it's something I think council has choices to make. You committed to the waterfront walkway, and part of those choices, the short stretch in front of the yacht club, I've spoken with Mr. Lindsay about, that's $670,000 the city council will spend on that short stretch, which I feel isn't necessary. That could go a long way towards improving accessibility in the parks or improving the toilet facilities. It's choices that council makes, and I think having a larger strategy can increase the consistency. It's a little bit like the situation with the nuisance bylaws. So it's not ad hoc, but there's a consistency, but I think it needs to come from a strategic viewpoint.
I don't know if any staff want to comment, but I think we now have a strategy on the continuation of the waterfront walkway plan that's going to take 6 or 7 years, and there is a defined plan for the continuation and the connectivities where there is no connectivity. You have to get up onto Stewart Avenue or whatever is required, or people just make that's where they stop. They don't go anymore. So hopefully there's going to be a north-south continuation, and it costs money. And we did spend a considerable amount of money at Departure Bay, too, 3 years ago, where the waterfront walkway there was on a slope, and it was impossible to navigate. And I think that was near $600,000 or $700,000 or $800,000. And I'm sure glad we did it because it gets great use and better accessibility. Kin Hut needs replaced. It's old. Needs replaced. I don't know where the money's going to come from. Don't everybody get excited. Didn't say we're knocking it down. We're not demolishing it. Does it need replaced? Yes, in my mind.
In answer to your question, I'd just like to say that I'll probably catch hell because there is a plan out there, but it's not robust enough for my liking. It's not detailed enough for my liking. So that's answered your question. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill McCallum, 31 Kanaka. Two quick questions on the garbage. I struggled through the website on the weekend and was unsuccessful in finding what I was looking for. It was mentioned that disabled would be able to contact to make some arrangement for their garbage. Well, we have a very large senior population that's growing. Most seniors are mobility impaired. They're not disabled. They do not meet the qualifications under disability. So I'd like somebody hopefully to direct me to where I can find information about how you're going to deal with that problem. The other thing is I worked for Canada Census, and I did from Departure Bay all the way up Hammond Bay to Woodgrove and all up on the east slope. I struggle to think where you're going to find places to put these bins. On many of these, probably close to a quarter of the residences up on the hills, that there are no locations, there are no sidewalks, there's barely any curb, there's a ditch, and there's a slope, 2 ways, usually both ways. So again, I'm hoping somebody can direct me where I'm going to find information on how you plan on dealing with that.
Councilor Brown.
I just wanted to mention that when Ms. Davis was here and she spoke to the same question you've asked with regard to disability or seniors, she didn't use either of those words. That was Jerry and I used those words. She used the word mobility impaired.
Okay.
So they are attuned to that.
Okay, thank you. That doesn't help about, again, I've traveled that route. I live up there. Is there a contingency plan? Is the city going to be putting pads to put these bins on? Because I'm sorry, on many of these locations there are no spots.
So if I could just follow up. Ms. Davis has made it really clear to everyone, and certainly to this council and anyone she talks about, call her, talk to her about that. You will get far better answers from her, far more refined answers in terms of operations than you will from asking a
Thank you,
council
and
member.
I hope it'll be put up on the website that we can all find sometime soon. Thank you.
Ed Chan, Nanaimo, BC. Councillors Hong and Yoakum, did you express an openness tonight to signing the Code of Conduct if such a gesture is meaningful and important to some of your constituents? Do you want me to repeat it?
For about 10 minutes, so.
Did you express an openness to signing the Code of Conduct because it might be important and meaningful to some people? Thank you. Councillor Fuller, what has changed between 2015 when you refused to sign the Code of Conduct and 2013 when you wrote in the News Bulletin that the governance review outlines some very important steps? Key to this will be a code of conduct for council, not just in actions with staff, but including relating to citizens. What wasn't done?
What I wanted to see done in 2013 wasn't done. We don't have a code of conduct. We have governance. We have stuff strictly designed by the community charter. We do not have a code of conduct. We never have.
I contacted Mary Brown from Legislative Services to ask her, did we have a code of conduct? And if we did, what documents did it comprise of? She answered that we do have a code of conduct, and it's comprised of the council charter, role of council, role of mayor, council staff relations protocol, councillor declaration, and mayor declaration.
I defy you to find that on the city's website as code of conduct. It's not. It's council's roles and responsibility. It's the mayor's roles and responsibilities. We can sign those or we cannot sign them. I signed my oath of office based on exactly what those are based on. That's what I signed.
So you're saying what Ms. Brown has stated to me is incorrect?
I'm saying that if you can find something that states code of conduct and lists everything on our city website, you can't, because it's not there.
My last question for Councillor Bestwick and Councillor Fuller. Are you, in principle, opposed to a code of conduct or to this code of conduct in particular?
Okay, I'll answer first. First, there is no code of conduct in particular. What I would like to see is the citizens take on the provincial government and change the community charter to actually develop some ramifications for negative behaviors. There is nothing in the community charter or a code of conduct that really offers any remedy other than censure. Censure includes banning from committees. Some of us didn't even want to sit on committees. The mayor didn't want to do the chair these meetings all the time. He wanted the acting mayor to do it when he first got on. So that's your ramification right now. I want more to happen. Get out there, and I certainly will be, and let's get the community charter changed. And then we can change ours to get a proper code of conduct in.
Respectfully, Councillor Fuller, you actually didn't answer my question. I asked, do you in principle object to a code of conduct or this particular one?
In principle, I don't object to anything.
Okay.
Now, when you say, or this one, I state that we do not have a this one. And I will continue to state that, and if someone proves me wrong, then I will publicly state that I'm wrong, because I admit to my mistakes. I have publicly admitted to my mistakes, and I will continue to publicly admit to my mistakes. That's just me. That's what I do. If I do something wrong, I will admit to it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Councilor Bestwick.
Thank you. I honestly believe that my oath to the office was an overriding document that would provide for me the necessary commitment to the office of a councillor on how I would conduct myself and be responsible for it. There's not a person at this table, perhaps other than Ms. Armstrong, that hasn't heard me say that I'll take my 11.1% responsibility for everything that's happened on this council. And I also indicated to this entire council that we should call a by-election for all of us. And I put that as a challenge to all of us. So I feel responsible for my own actions. The assumption being then that those who have not signed the code of conduct have been the only people on this council that have not acted to the code of the conduct. And those that have signed it have been obviously acted responsibly and met the code of the conduct. So that's what I'm trying to play in my head, that your position and opinion is that everybody that signed the code of conduct at this table, and this is just, has acted appropriately. And those that haven't acted appropriately. Now, that's my interpretation of what the expectation is. So if the expectation is, if you've signed the code of conduct, you will live to those codes. I'm assuming that you think that those people have. I will take
I didn't say that, Councillor.
I will take under advisement the request to sign a code of conduct by the community. Am I going to do it tonight I'll take it under advisement. I'm not going to grandstand, but I'll take it under advisement. I'll give it serious consideration on whether I will or won't sign the code of conduct in its existing form, or the petition that has been submitted by members of this community, the 300 members of the community. I'll take it under advisement.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
No, Mr.
Councillor Yoakum.
Yeah, I want to answer. I was sort of not caught off guard. It's fair, but
That's okay.
So to answer your question is, would I? Sure. But I want to also be crystal clear, sort of what Councillor Bessick was saying. I'm not saying you're implying this, but I will be crystal clear on my conduct since it's on the table now. Am I perfect? I'm going to relay what I emailed, responded to you privately. Am I perfect? Absolutely not. Have I had been passionate about some things? Absolutely. In the public, I like to think I'm a pretty good person. Not always maybe someone's cup of tea, but that's life. But I want to be crystal clear. In this 3 years, I haven't released in camera because my conduct's sort of in question here. So no, you're going to say you're not, but it is in my lens. So I have not released in camera information as I relayed in my email. I haven't signed haven't been under MOUs and off signing, courting other people whilst there's a signed MOU. Since we're talking about the strength of someone's signature, I haven't shared personal details about someone's past, like my sexual abuse as a child. So I didn't want to have this conversation today, but you put it on there for me about me, Bill Yoakum, and my conduct. Sort of questioning it with a lens. So my answer to you is sure. And will I absolutely be passionate about issues like that? Absolutely. But do I make sure the city's business is first and foremost? Always has been, always will be. And and thirdly, or fourthly, the recent report everyone wants to read about, I have nothing to do with it. I have nothing to do with it. So if my conduct wants to be painted by some of you people online or whoever in the city, I'm just giving you the facts and answer. I champion people. I champion children and youth and families, and I'm going to carry on it. I champion the city. I'm from here and I'm going to carry and die here and love the city and the people of this Old Corners. So I'm getting a little bit, it's not the answer you may want to hear, but it's the answer when my conduct's being thrown out in a public forum. So to answer your question, sure. But I'm still going to carry on the way I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Yoakum. I don't think I or many people expect perfect conduct from our council and mayor. I think what we expect is when you do trespass, when you do make a mistake, that you own up to it. You apologize for it. I was so impressed by the apology that Councillor Thorpe gave when he admitted to releasing in-camera information accidentally. So I guess my only point and purpose to having our council sign a code of conduct is it's a contract, it's a gesture, it's a symbol, and it's one I think many people would appreciate. Thank you.
Bill Manners, Nanaimo. My question is, are we in the situation where we don't have enough money for parks and recreation? We don't have enough money for fire halls. We don't have enough money for all the other things that we need. Is it because this council and the previous two have ignored their 5-year plans and pushed for zero budget increase other than the 1%?
That's a big question. Councillor Hong.
I don't think so. We're managing to put 1% aside now for asset management, which the previous council set up. So it seems like you're kind of rolling two councils together, so I'll go with your flow. Taxes have increased. needed to increase the amounts that we do. We always have a wish list of stuff that we want to do. Is it the right time? Well, exactly what staff are doing right now with our CFO is provide a business plan, a business case that's going to justify your needs. If the business case is solid, it comes before council for us to make a decision. So the answer is no. Our borrowing is really low. We have a lot of wiggle room. We're putting money aside. So we aren't spending money. We are frugal, according to the core review. We're in a great financial position. We just need to have a valid business plan to make it work, and that's what the staff are bringing forward to us.
The Parks and Recreation budget has been robbed numerous times over the last 5 years to maintain a 0% increase other than the 1%. And that's why we're in the position of not having enough money for Parks and Rec. For example, Departure Bay Activity Center, $2.1 million. Let's take it out of the budget.
But
it's in the budget. Just a moment. It's in the budget. So our budget is $2.1 million more than what you want it to be. So you take it out. You claim that you've saved money, but you haven't saved money because it still needs to be looked after. And that's money taken out of Parks and Rec budget. So
Well-
then you wonder why Parks and Rec doesn't have enough money.
Well, that's not the case, because we talk about the Departure Bay Activity Center, whether we should tear it down or rebuild or find other options. We're waiting for the business case and information that we can make the best decision for the people. Do we really need to waste $2.1 million there? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe we can do it with the school district and use a school to have their gym. So there are options that we are looking at that we can make these decisions. And that's where we're deferring these properties, exactly like a fire hall. Maybe we do need a fire hall at the north end. But the fact of the matter is that place that they wanted to put that fire hall wasn't the ideal location. Just because we take it off the books doesn't mean it's off the books. The Port Theatre expansion, for example, I'm telling staff we should take it off the books because we're waiting for them. But it's still, every year, we just approved it in the Finance and Audit Committee, $5.7 million we're carrying over. I don't know where that money is coming from, but it's in the books. We just keep carrying things over into the books until we actually pull the trigger to figure out where it comes from. And that's the thing, is staff have a wish list, council has a wish list. Whether it happens or not is another question. We have to prioritize what we can afford, like the walkway, for example, that was talked about. I would love to do the entire walkway next year. I would love it. Is it viable? Probably not. Is it a waste of money at that time? Probably. So there are a lot of things that we look at, and that's how we have to deliberate to be functional and not increase the people's taxes to an extreme that they can't afford to live here. Thanks.
Well, from my point of view, Mr.
Councillor Bestwick's next.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Yoakum, can you kind of resume the chair, please? You folks can stay here all night if you like. Yeah. I'm going home. It's after midnight.
I'll get my answer directly
Sorry, I
from
woke
Ms.
you up.
Brennan, then. Thank you.
I'm on the mic here. I'm not leaving.
You're still up, Mr. Manners. We've got speakers.
Who's going to answer next?
Mr. Bestwick, or Councillor Bestwick, then Councillor Brennan.
I'll do my best to address your question. I don't believe that the Parks, Recreation, and Wellness budget has been reduced each of the last 5 years. But there has been some pieces of the Parks and Recreation that has gone out to, so culture, for example, has been moved into another department, if you will. So those monies went with it to a different department. And there will never be enough money. I don't know that we can ever say that we have enough money to do everything that we would like to do. I don't think that that's likely to take place. I think you pretty much know that I'm a Parks Recreation Facility lover and get accused of it and being in conflict and all that stuff. So I would love to see us double the Parks and Recreation budget but I don't think we will.
Just in response to that, if you don't think that we should be spending the money on that, why is it put in the 5-year plan in the first place?
Well, you have to have some form of roadmap. And each year of the 5-year plan, we reassess. We can call it a 5-year plan all we want. Every year we reassess the 5-year plan. And as an example, last year we spent just south of $1 million on 2 murals and some water toys in our aquatic centers. Some of us thought that was a great idea. Some of us thought that it wasn't a great idea. Do I think we could have spent those monies somewhere else and got better bang for our buck? Yeah. But we had to follow the plan because it's been in the 5-year plan for probably 15 years. So it's a really, the question is, we're never going to have enough money in every single department to do everything that we would like to do or that the community would like us to do. That's just a fact. I hope somebody wants to disagree with me on that.
Good for now. Councillor Brennan.
I guess I think that we do. I think that we set an arbitrary figure that we think is adequate. That we set that figure before we actually look at the needs of the community, and when we do that, we set up a sort of false, framework, I guess, for how we are going to service the needs of this city, and that is what I object to. So way back in, I think about 2008, we decided we would have a 5-year plan for fire hall expansion. Well, it's 9 years later, and it must have even been before that, because I think we're past the 10-year mark on this. And we just cherry pick. Well, probably we don't need that, or people won't miss this, or let's not buy new chairs because we can piece together other chairs. And we get down to some really fine detail that's really not reasonable in terms of fashioning a $150 million budget. I think the way that we do that is by not really figuring out what are the current needs, and what are the 5-year needs or the 10-year needs, and then we just start to cut. And we find at some point that we regret what we've done, and I think that we're coming to that point now where we have stalled funding projects that needed to be done, and I think we will have some regrets if we don't already.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to receive?
No. Okay. Motion to adjourn.
Can I just ask that one question? How many community engagement sessions have we had? 5? For the community to come, the community engagement sessions, where the community can come and ask questions. 5 of them?
We've had 1 so far, there's 3 this week, because I've been to the first one. No, there's been 2, and then there's 3 more this week.
So there's 5 of them?
Yes.
So would that be a place to ask our citizens to come to express their views on a myriad of subject matter? The community engagement sessions.
Makes sense. Mr. O'Donnell.
I do realize that the time of the hour right now. I just have a clarifying question because it is important for me and 350 people who signed this petition requesting that council do give some sort of concrete response. So what I would just like to ask, just for clarification, I do appreciate Councillor Yoakum and Councillor Hong for indicating that they would if it means that much to the community, which it clearly does to a segment. It takes 2 seconds just to either say yes or to sign your name to the agreement. So I do appreciate you two. I also appreciate Mayor McKay actually stating that he was going to sign on to it. I'd also like to state, if we are talking about the old, what the media calls the code of conduct, I appreciate Councillor Brennan and Councillor Thorpe for signing on to it back then. But the question I have for this council is, will you just commit right now on the record, knowing that it takes 2 seconds and knowing what positive message you're going to send to this community, will you just say yes or no and own your answer and stand by your answer? Will you sign on to some form of document stating that you will work together in cooperation for the next 15 months and treat each other with respect, at least in public? Is it that too much to ask?
Yes. Councillor Fuller.
Thank you.
No. I signed an oath of office. That is the code of conduct.
I understand that and I respect that, but that's for you. Would you sign a code of conduct for the electorate?
No, actually, the oath of office is something I signed for the electorate because the electorate appointed me to this office.
Thank you, and I appreciate your response. Would you consider signing a code of conduct just knowing that just taking that 2 second set of your time would send a very strong, positive, bipartisan, united,
no,
positive message?
Matt, bipartisan, you don't even know the meaning of bipartisan.
Nonpartisan, I apologize.
Okay, thank you. If we had a code of conduct that actually, if we had a code of conduct that could actually offer ramifications for breaching it, 4 people signed our so-called code of conduct. 4 people broke that code. 5 people did not sign it. 5 people did not break that code because we didn't sign it.
I believe, though, in fairness, in order for a code of conduct like that to work, you need unity and you need solidarity from your end.
If you want unity and solidarity, let's go after the provincial government to change the community charter and get some stuff going.
Councillor Fuller,
that I
would be
will
useless if
stand
we both know
behind
that.
you on.
I do have other questions on the agenda, though.
Next question, please, sir.
Oh, can I just get the answers from...
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Thorpe?
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Bestwick.
Previously, I will take it under advisement. At 12:30 at night, you won't find another council in the province of British Columbia making any decisions, independent or collective.
I respect your answer.
You and I have been in dialogue all week. I've been in dialogue with Mr. Chan at the beginning of a long weekend Saturday morning with guests from out of town, trying to remove myself from city business. So here I am now with a edict, and I could read out your and my correspondences if you would like. So I would be very happy to sit down with you and go in point form what the code of conduct is that you would like me to sign, and then understand what the consequences are for anybody that doesn't fulfill the obligations of the code of conduct, because I don't know if that's in there. So if there's a consequence for failing to abide by the code of conduct that you want me to sign, what's the consequence?
I think you're focusing too much on the negative and you're not focusing on the message. The consequence is if you don't agree to cooperate like adults and act professionally like adults, that I, as a private citizen, am going to organize direct action against my elected officials. I'm not sure why you focus so much on the negative. Why not focus on the positive?
Thank you very much, Matt. I really respect you as a young man and a professional in our city who is concerned about this council and mayor's conduct. And I said to you, I'll take it under advisement and I'll speak to you about it. And I haven't had that opportunity to do that yet. I think that's reasonable. I think that's adult. I think that's fair to sit down and go through it. If you think it's not fair, that it should just be just raise your hand, I'm just not at that place yet.
I could appreciate that. I feel that my concern, though, is that I'm not just speaking on behalf of myself. I'm speaking on behalf of 350 citizens. Absolutely. So even if you reach out to me, which I truly appreciate, and I do appreciate our productive conversations that we do have in private, but what I'm looking for in the other 350 people who signed on, as well as the vocal majority of citizens who didn't sign the petition, what's wrong with just saying, or sorry, let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
When you decide to reach out to me, could you please reach out to the public? Because I think that one concern that the public has is that a lot of times council, and not just this council, it happens all the time in politics. You say, we'll get back to you, and then not you specifically, but just in general, they say they're going to get back to you, then they never do.
Yeah.
That's fair. We're only human, but what I'm trying to say is that when you decide to make your decision, please make it soon. Can you please make it known to the entire public? Although, like I said, I appreciate our talks, but...
Yeah.
I'm sure it will be made public on some forum somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
So, Mr. O'Donnell, you got
And one more.
Councillor Bestwick's response. So, Gordon, or Councillor Fuller.
Just quickly, you say signing a code of conduct shows honor and integrity.
It would send a
What
message.
the hell does breaking it show? What does that show? I am not going to sign a code of conduct unless there are meaningful ramifications that can be actually applied. And I say meaningful. And this is why I reiterate, get on the provincial government, get the community charter. Our roles and responsibility are based on the community charter.
I don't
There
think we're going to be able
no-
to lobby the provincial government, Councillor Fuller.
Matt, you can lobby the provincial
Well,
government.
we can. We're
And
next
you
question.
are, and just hang on. You are more than welcome to come out in front of my house anytime with a picket sign. Go for it. Honest.
What's your next question, please, sir?
Okay, I appreciate your answer. In regard to the SPCA, the correspondence there, I just have a quick question for... Do we have quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh, no quorum. Okay, have a good night.